Starting June 1st, it will begin a new installment of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. The full 12 weeks will be concentrating on the beginning and fall of Babylon, history, the understanding of the religious aspect of Babylon, as well as what? The theme from Babylon, Rome to America. In the Academy, this is what you can look forward to. New lessons, the secret war of Edom against Israelites. But one thing we've never delved into was bringing forth the history, showing all the contentions and war Edom had waged against Israelites even until our present time. The desolation of abomination, how to calculate time according to God, and I can't wait for this lesson, Armageddon. The final war in heaven. If you've never been in the Academy, you want to be in this one. June 1st, we're in open enrollment right now. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited.
Shalom, shalom. Come on in.
The East is where we're from.
Blessings, blessings, brothers and sisters. Hit the like button.
Tribes of Israel. In 721 BC,
Blessings,
the
blessings.
Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
Hit the like button. Come on.
Escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim, from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the house of Hawaii.
Most High is calling back Israel. Hit the like button.
Back Israel. From Panama, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
That's right, the Most High is gathering Israel. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar, the Gathered of Christ Church, here with our weekly broadcast, podcast, whatever you would like to call it. Brothers and sisters, we welcome you into a serious discussion tonight. Boy, do we have a topic. Elder Lawyer, let me tell you something. I had to change the topic. I'm going to bring you in a moment. The original topic, brothers and sisters, I had, check out this title. Babylon, up is down, left is right, evil is good. Elder Lawyer, That was the topic initially. That was the topic initially. Babylon, what is it? How can you make sense of it? But it was so broad and ambiguous for a title. I didn't think it would immediately grab people concerning what's going on in the earth right now. So I switched it up. Right? The original title, Babylon, up is down, left is right. Good is evil and evil is good. Eddie Murphy, what was that? The Dracula movie?
It's about a vampire in Brooklyn.
The vampire in Brooklyn. Oh my goodness. That man was before his time. He said, that's what I think. I'm like, boy, were they dropping it. Lord have mercy. And then you have to understand the gift of those headhunters who was able to discover unique talent like Eddie Murphy, right? Just out of nowhere. All of our people just come directly out of the hood, and they have this uncanny talent of being able to understand that unique talent that the Most High have given people outside of throughout any generation. They can point out that one or that two.
Right.
Well, that's not by coincidence either. So I thought in the midst of this P. Diddy thing and what was going on, we would bring a total biblical perspective to what's going on, to tie it in all together according to prophecy. And that's why I named this particular lesson today, or discussion. And we're going to open it up early tonight. And please, y'all, stay on topic. The Antichrist control over the industry. For years, we've been hearing this stuff. It's been so ambiguous or so confusing that no one can actually put a finger on what's really going on in the earth. You got some people out there blaming white supremacy for what's going on. You got the Christian church looking for the Antichrist. Since there's no theology, Elder Lawyer, that no one can actually agree on. There's no theology within Christianity that no one can actually agree on. Then everyone have resolved themselves to, okay, it must be the Jews. Right? Must be the Jews. Because we have to blame somebody, because all of this organized chaos is coming from somewhere, right? Or is it the bankers? Is it the bankers? What's going on? How can we make sense of all of this? Well, if anyone would like to make sense of it, this is the broadcast that you need to be a part of. And we're going to use the Puff Daddy experience as the key foundation to give most people understanding out there concerning what's going on. And there's a man-woman dynamic, a black man and a black woman dynamic in all of this. All of it will be quantified within this particular broadcast to give perspective, as well as for all those people out there to understand it's time to get on the right side of judgment before it rains, before the rain comes down. Now, speaking of Puff Daddy, I know the world is programmed into believing that when you speak of logical scenarios concerning true law and how it was an injustice for the government to go after this man, automatically the majority of the people claim that we're in defense of an evil person, as if they're programmed to be like that. And we're going to start with that. Well, it's not being in defense of an evil person. We're all governed under laws within the United States. See? Yes, I'm an Israelite, and we must follow the laws of God, but we're also subjected to the laws within the earth. What do I mean by that? Christ was judged under a Roman crucifixion, a Roman law. So Christ himself, being under the law of the Almighty, even though it was unjust, and there's no comparison at all between him and Diddy. Okay, that's not why I'm bringing him up here. I'm just telling you that even Christ himself was subjected to the laws that were in place.
Right.
So if we're going to understand the laws that are in place, that's supposed to, Elder Lawyer, these laws are supposed to be equally across the board for all the citizens who are born in the country and or pay taxes towards that particular government. Folks, when you go into the book of Luke, it tell you about the tax time when they was coming around the Hebrews and we had to pay taxes. Well, guess what? When you put your money into anything, that's an investment. And that investment is actually what? In agreement with the government that you will be treated civilly and with equity according to that law. So when we talk about him, automatically, you defending this, that, and the other. Let me tell you, first of all, it's bearing out to be true what we said from the beginning. This was not a just prosecution. There was much behind this. Okay? Much behind this. And we're going to quantify it today with this lesson, the Antichrist control over the industry. Something was going on. Understand, I'm even checking out, Elder Lawyer, how the media has been partially anti that brother the whole time, even to the point where when he's not guilty, he's still guilty.
Right.
Well, what do people mean by that? He was charged on racketeering, a RICO charge. Those were the weighty charges that they claim was the charges that he was acquitted of. The other things was just stuff they just threw out there to make the racketeering stick. But when I seen the verdict today, it said he was guilty on 2 of the 5 charges. Right? They said he was guilty, even though these were the lower charges that they just put together to cobble together a racketeering charge using the Mann Act. Mm-hmm. But he's not guilty for racketeering. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time on him because we're going to focus on his controllers and their connection with the spirit of Antichrist. But folks, the more I'm starting to see what the world is and how this thing has been constructed to keep us under the foot of our oppressor, let me tell you, folks, the black man in particular, the black man in America has been totally naive.
That's right.
Has been totally naive. I'm going to tell you that right now. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. There's some inside baseball. In agreement with all people, even people within our own race and bloodline. there's an agreement to keep us from the black man from ever rising. And it goes right back to the 60s. The FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, who they said he was found allegedly in the LBGT sections of society before it was named that. Cross-dressing and all that. And he was tasked, because he was intertwined with the streets, he was tasked with predominantly cobbling together a system in place with alternative laws that would have people circumvent the Constitution to stop the rise of a future black Messiah. See? It was about keeping the black man from ever rising. And guess what? They initiated everyone into this program against us. And people in our community knowingly, they know that the law is incentivized, will incentivize them to keep their foot on our neck. And yet they'll celebrate it. And when you point it out, they'll feign ignorance. They'll play dumb, as if they don't know that they've been weaponized against the black man. I thank the Most High so much for this truth, because with the truth, your eyes are open, and guess what? No one in the future can feign ignorance. One thing I'm learning from living so many years on this earth and understanding the Bible. One thing I can tell you about the black man, you can call him, I know he's Judah, Benjamin, Levi. One thing about the black man, I'm going to tell you this right now, brothers and sisters. There's no such thing as a black man. A black man, it doesn't matter if he's transformed. This world would never allow a black man to change. He'll always be recognized for the negative, even if he's reformed from it. A black man is in no position ever to turn his back on what was wrong, repent, and be a better man. This world doesn't allow it. Because I'll tell you what, I need y'all to think about this. If they have something on you real time criminally, do you think they're not going to use it? I need y'all to think about that. If they're coming after you, if they were coming after Bill Cosby and wanted to take him down, knowing they wanted to take him down and he was doing something criminal at that time, don't you think they would have utilized that? They started bringing up parties that this man forgot decades ago. So one thing I'm learning here is that a black man can never be reformed in this world. Even if he try to do what's right, and understand when you get older that you are a key contributor to the downfall of your people. You're not in any position to have a conscience towards fixing what you helped break. If you think about fixing what you helped broke, then guess what? That's an issue. That's an issue. And one thing I can say about growing older, there's nobody, man, woman, doesn't matter what race you are on the earth. There's nobody in this earth when they get to a certain age, up there 40s, 50s, 60s. When you get to those ages, you're not the person you were. Your mind begin to change. You begin to mature. You begin to understand that you have more time behind you than what you have in front of you. And there's a moment where what? Where you begin to grow in conscience. And also in regret of some of what you've done in the past. And that's for every person that have grown in wisdom. They look back at their younger self and say, man, what am I thinking? What were I thinking? I think the Most High even made it past that point. Listen, tell you, I would be out on myself 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Who wouldn't? The same things we're looking to correct our children about, we sit back and think about it, Elder Lawyer, and say, you know what? And this is what makes us long-suffering, a little bit more patient. We look back at it, and we're about to punish our children and all that for the same things we did at their age.
That's right.
And then I start laughing and be like, okay. All right, Ahaya, I see what you're doing. You reap what you sow. See? So our Father looks at us and say, you know what? I'm going to show you how you made me feel when you knew better. I'm going to show you how you made your parents feel. Okay? So that you can now grow in wisdom to guide the next generation so they don't suffer some of the ill effects that came on us, because we've seen the pitfalls. We've been there. But sometimes we try to pretend as if that young man didn't matter. But the one thing about a black man, I'll tell you right now, a black man is not allowed to become better. I thank Christ. I thank Christ for sending the spirit of forgiveness and repentance. Because in Christ, it doesn't matter what people can say about someone's past. I know that I'm forgiven. See? Even if the world will try to go back 20, 30, 40 years. Because if you want to play this game, just pack it all up. The whole earth is condemned. And we're at a point right now. We're at a point right now in a time where there's no privacy. Think about it, folks. We're at a time when there's no privacy at all. Where a new president has been set. If you got a child or an adult child, when I say an adult son or daughter, who's at a consensual age as an adult, and they decide with everyone flying all over the place to make an appointment to fly someone to where you are for a date, that man can one day spend years in jail strictly for paying for that flight to have someone come see him. I need y'all to think about that. These demons created a whole law that only applied to black men. When they don't like the fact that we are who we are and all people, including their women, seek to cleave to us, they just make up laws out of thin cloth to stop us. But I'm going to tell you something. There's something going on with those women that are sent to our men. Trap set. We talked about that the other day. That's enough for the monologue. We're about to go in the Antichrist control over the industry. Elder Lawyer, let's go to Thessalonians. Go back. Let's do it. jumping
sir.
right in. And we're going to read this all the way through, picking up from the Sabbath. Right?
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Let me straighten this out real quick, Elder Lawyer. Yeah. Let's go.
All right, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse number 1. Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Yeshua Mashiach, and by the gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by spirit or by word, nor by letter as from us, as that the day of Christ is at hand.
The day of Christ is at hand. Come on.
Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition.
So Paul wrote in a letter inspired through Christ to this church of Thessalonica that let no man deceive you concerning his coming, that his day that he would return will not come until what? There be a falling away first. That falling away happened in 70 AD. And that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. Giving us an indicator so to understand how close we are to Christ's return. Read.
Who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God,
That
or
exalted.
that is worshipped.
No, let's go here now. That does what?
Who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God.
Now we know this is the Romans who came into Israel in 1948 to create a state within the Middle East that would lead to toppling that whole region, leading to the battle of Armageddon. To stoke a fire that no one can put out. And then now they're leaving the area in droves. And the people that they, through propaganda, had come amongst them are going to be the 6 million sacrifice that we've learned about throughout history. They've already begun to pack up, and for the last 3-4 years, they've been buying up all of the property up in Cyprus. But that ain't where I want to go here. Just giving some context. The 5th verse, read.
Yes, sir. 5. Remember ye not that when I was yet with you, I told you these things? And now ye know what withholdeth, that he might be revealed in his time. For the mystery of iniquity doth already work.
Let's stop right there. So if the mystery of iniquity was working during the time of Paul, obviously we know the mystery of iniquity in the country that led to the fall of Jerusalem or the power is Edom through Rome. So when it states, this is how you break down that Bible, folks. You have to look at the time Paul was living in. So if he's stating the mystery of iniquity doeth already work, it must be the iniquity and sin that's attached to the Roman government. See? So he says the mystery of iniquity doeth already work. Stop looking for a boogeyman because it's an ideology from Rome. But you have to be able to what? Identify the spirit of Antichrist. Satan has a people. For the mystery of iniquity doeth already work, read.
Only he who now letteth will let, until he be taken out of the way.
So the Most High is going to allow him to work until he's judged. See? Now, if the Most High is going to allow him to work, it's upon all of us to understand Satan's devices as well as his people's deceptive tactics. You must know Satan's devices and his people's satanic, deceitful tactics. If the Most High is going to let them work, you have to understand who's working and how to get out of the way while they're working, but yet identify them at the same time. Because these people, their superpower is to prey on the weak and the ignorant. That's their superpower, because they're cowards. They'll never deal with you frontal unless you're too weak and you're outnumbered by them. See? Let's read the 8th verse.
Yes, sir. 8. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming.
Hit that like button. It's going to be a deep, deep discussion tonight. Christ is going to destroy the Roman Empire. There's some people who was converted who came out of the Roman Empire claiming to be from the tribes of Israel, but they're only Israel or Jews according to conversion. But they're Romans. Being Israel is their vehicle or Trojan horse to be utilized to carry them around the world like a Trojan horse, and at night they destroy. Ninth verse, Elder.
Yes, sir. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders.
Power and signs and lying wonders. A lot of it is a psychology. A lot of it is a technology like the bombs that they've created. But we're going to talk about their lying wonders. We're dealing with some liars who will lie to you with a straight face. They're trained to do so under the art of psychology. The 10th verse.
Yes, sir. And with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved.
Come
and
on.
for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie.
Now these are their prey. For the people who've been warned to come back to the Almighty and follow his commandments and refuse to do so. You are the prey. You are the people that these synagogue of Satan's will utilize as pawns against one another until you're utterly destroyed. They prey on those who can't see them. Well, if you're not in Christ and understand this Bible, you'll begin to believe that they are the truth, that they hold the true religion, that they know better than you concerning life and what choices to make. And if you believe in them, folks, prepare yourself for a dirt nap. And for this call, the Most High shall send them strong delusion that they should believe a lie. Speaking of what? The ignorant. Those who refuse to hear the truth of Christ. So now you're just a pawn in Satan's chess game. 12.
That they all might be damned who believe not the love of the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness.
So those who have pleasure in unrighteousness, that's right, the Harry Potters, the synagogue of Satan can move you around and control you like checkers. Let's go into it. The Antichrist control over the industry, in vein of what we're talking about today, in the vein of what we're discussing. Let me pull up something for you all, folks. Not too long ago, I think during the Biden administration, I think 3 years into a Biden administration, lawyer, there was a group of Jewish people that was operating in a basement, and I did a Patreon on this. They were building a tunnel, or whatever the case might be, that was going to connect to another part under their community without receiving the proper permits. As a matter of fact, they were told they can't do that. I mean, you living in the United States here. What are you doing here? So the city came through, and who knows, maybe Trump had something to do with it. I don't know whether or not there was some political infighting or whatever the case is. They went through the fill in the tunnel, and there was a lot of them down there, and they're of the Chabad. They have a different type of Judaism, but yet they're protected by the whole. Right? Now, of course, there was a lot of cover stories out there trying to claim there's some kids playing around and whatever the case is. The story went away. Can you imagine, Elder Lawyer, if there were some Israelites building a temple underground somewhere? And then there were little baby beds with blood on it being shown. A tunnel with a crib in it, as if kids or whoever the case is, or alleged, whatever. Can you imagine if those were Israelites in the middle of New York building a tunnel? What would be the story? And Elder Lawyer, I was wondering, why do they cover for these guys like this? So I looked in and I studied, Elder Lawyer, the religion called the Chabad. And it's deep because I went into the information about this, Elder Lawyer, 2 years ago. I ordered a book that goes into how, listen to this, how if there's a dead person to be revered from any, this weird ritual where the body must be dead for a certain amount of time, and they must be able to connect with the spirit of the Messiah, who I believe is in hell somewhere. And they have a finite time to do it between certain hours so that the dead body can speak. And if they pass that hour, then the dead body will just stay alive. So in that instance, instead of taking the dead body to the hospital, they'll take it underground in a ritual so that they can speak to the Messiah through the dead body during that particular time. It's like, hold up. Shouldn't we know that someone is practicing religions like this within the United States and what they believe when it comes to a Messiah? That some guy just died up the street that has some respect or whatever the case is within the community. Instead of taking him to the hospital, you take him to a basement and use him as a medium for a spirit you call the Messiah, when we already think we understand who the Messiah is. Mm-hmm. Right?
That's right.
Christ is our Messiah. But these guys won't tell me what's going on with your Messiah. And it goes back to the Antichrist, folks. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
I ordered the book. I found the book. A matter of fact, it was Bishop Amath during the broadcast who told me about the book that I was looking into this group called Chabad, that they fly all over the earth. I found the book. Now, I wanted the original book, hardback. I found it. It was only 2 or 3 of them, and I think it was up with probably about $1,700 for the original book. That tell you, and it goes all the way back to India, this practice that they use in Chabad, because I wanted to expose it before the world. I ordered the book. I paid for the book. And Elder Lawyer, don't you know, I waited and waited and waited. Went back into Abe's books to figure out what was going on. Don't you know they gave me the refund back? Hold up. They gave me the refund back, Elder Lawyer. A while back. I'm sitting here just waiting for the book to come so I can expose what was going on. They gave me the refund back. And on top of giving me the refund back, when I look at my page for the book, it was blank with a white thing there saying the book is no longer in circulation. The book cannot be purchased. And guess what? And I'm going to tell you why they did this. I'm going to tell you. They was like, listen, you can give anybody that book, but don't send that book to him. Do not send that book to him. And I know a lot of you wondering, what the Hades does this have to do with P. Diddy? Brothers and sisters, you all know that I bring everything around full circle. You got some guys in New York in all black operating religiously, weird outside of any other people you have seen ever practice any religion. In a basement. They go into the tunnel, they pull out little beds that look like little cribs for children or something, with look like what it seems to be bloodstains on it. The innocent. During a time where the Democrats are in full power, well before the election. But yet you want us to pay attention to P. Diddy and Cassie? Cassie the innocent? How much innocence was taken? How much innocence were taken religiously by the man of sin? And that leads me, and I'm jumping right into it, Elder Lawyer. That leads me here to one of the so-called, let me straighten this out, Elder Lawyer, here. I didn't straighten your thing out here yet. That leads me here, Elder Lawyer. Menachem Mendel Smearson. Some people might ask, well, who is he? Right? He was born 1902. He was also there. He was born during the time where at the same time when Albert Pike was discussing the 3 world wars that would lead to them ushering out Lucifer as the Messiah. Right? He died 1994. Now, Elder Lawyer, now instead of the regular dates, look at the dates they have here. That he was born 1990. He was, check it out. He was born, right? April 5th, 1902, died June 12th, 1994. AM 11 Nisan. The 3rd of Tammuz. What the Hades are we reading Babylonian names connected to rabbis, if they aren't Babylonian, in religion? But that's not the part that I want to deal with here. The fact that they believe that he was one of the messiahs. See? That he, not Christ, was their Messiah, which means there's one spirit that connects with a person on earth. And there's dead body rituals to talk to this spirit. So when the person dies, another one erects, and then the Antichrist speaks through that particular person. Well, they believe he was one of the people. Why am I going here? Fair use. Listen to this, elder lawyer.
This rabbi, he told Netanyahu that Netanyahu will be leading Israel when the Mashiach arrives. Right?
Wow.
So, yeah, in the early 90s or something, where he's speaking to Netanyahu and he's saying,
elder lawyer, I'm sorry, but I got to stop it and read it so you can hear what their Messiah, who was born 1902, told Netanyahu, who's responsible for everything we're seeing going on over in the Middle East right now, and the massacres that the United States is actually funding. This is Netanyahu right here. Natan Wilnowski, the name of him and his father before they changed his name because he's Polish. I need you to hear this, elder.
and he's saying,
what hasn't changed, however, is that the Mashiach still hasn't come. Now, we all know that what? Maccanim Smershin was considered their Messiah. So at this time, the Spirit didn't fully engulf him or enter him. But listen to what he says here. What hasn't changed, however, is that the Mashiach still hasn't come. Now, folks, Christians are naive and ridiculous and delusional that they may believe that this guy was talking about our Christ, or you would not have supported or financed some of the stuff you see going on there right now under their propaganda. They propagandize Christians into believing that the Mashiach that these guys are talking about was Christ. If you look into these guys' religion, they detest Christ. What hasn't changed, however, is that the Mashiach still hasn't come, he told the young Netanyahu. Listen. So do something to hasten his coming. So I don't think we're guessing here when we witness everything that happened in the Middle East during those World War I, World War II, leading into the massacres we see in the Middle East, that they believe that this is what needs to happen to hasten the coming of their Messiah. This is the belief within the Chabad. A religious belief getting carried out by what? A political figure in the Middle East. I need y'all to think about this for a second. So they'll tell us in the United States, oh, don't worry about religion. Religion ain't nothing. The belief is nothing, right? People believe in yourselves. When they're executing a religious mission, a satanic religious mission. So everything this guy is doing right now is because they're what they call now, they believe he was the Messiah after his death. They're carrying out the mission that came from this guy. And say, he told Netanyahu that it's upon you to hasten the Messiah's coming. Not our Christ, folks. Listen. You hear what Netanyahu do? Said, we're doing it. We're doing it. See? But how can they do it without a strong imperial superpower to finance it? Being such a small country or state.
Right.
See, if they didn't have the United States backing, this place would have been moved out of the way a long time ago. But no, they know that this is what? This is a conduit through the American imperialistic power. See? That they can be, so the United States is financing this out of our tax money to hasten the coming of their Messiah. So when you see those babies dying over there and all this crap, understand that they believe religiously it's what's needed to bring forth their Messiah. That's how you know that this Messiah that they're waiting for isn't Christ. Christ said, suffer the children to come unto him, to come unto him. If you harm any of these little ones, it's best that you be tied, that a millstone is tied to you and you thrashed and you're thrown in the bottom of the sea. So you know it ain't talking about our Christ. Our Christ doesn't require the sacrifice of children to hasten his coming. It is not enough. He told Netanyahu, Wisnowski, it's not enough. That means you're not trying hard enough, buddy. Since many hours have already passed today, and he's still not here. We're holding you responsible, sir. We're holding you responsible for not doing everything you can quickly before the true Messiah come back to crush us. Release hell on earth, and you're not doing it fast enough. Now, this is what simple Christians have been blindly following since the satanic evangelical movement was established and financed through Zionists. Right? Now, these guys can believe whatever the Hades they want to believe. But there's no way our people should be looking at anything these guys are doing and thinking that we are supposed to back their belief system that have always been against us. I'm not against them believing. They can believe that they can believe that the devil is riding a bike straight out of hell into Brooklyn. I could care less. But it's a problem when our people buy in to their propaganda and their lies theologically. But here's a problem, Elder Lawyer, and this is where I'll bring in P. Diddy. They could not hasten their Messiah without utilizing our influence and culture. See? They don't have the power of influence like we do. See? So they would need to get us on board. And guess what? Bringing our people on board ignorantly, utilizing our impoverished state or our low state that they've engineered as a proxy to come to us with offers claiming that they're getting us out of the ghetto. Follow me, folks. I'm going to show you how this works because Netanyahu don't have the flavor to bring nothing forth. Because they have to influence the world to finance what they're doing. And you cannot do that unless you have the cultural influence over the world. So the spirit of Antichrist is right here, what we're showing you. But they didn't have the power to get America on board to have us finance the destruction you're witnessing right now. And I'm going to show you how they did it. But there's still a few hours left in the day. So try still for today. Now, if you look at Netanyahu right now, right here, he's very young in comparison, and he's been working around the clock up until his old age. Folks, like a fanatical zealot with this particular mission given through his so-called prophet and or Messiah. And guess what? None of this have anything to do with our God in connection to our people. Okay? When you see this, this have nothing to do with the children of Israel in the Bible. We're talking about satanic Luciferian agendas. So don't get it confused. Don't think that what they're talking about you can find in the Bible anywhere. Now, you can find it in their Talmud, under some of the practices that links directly to Jewish mysticism and the craft. But everything they're doing, the Torah and the Tanakh is against. You can't find what they're doing in the Bible. They can't justify what they're doing out of the Bible. And we're saying this because we're tired of people trying to claim the Bible has something to do with the unjust activity you see with these people. You're blaming the Bible when these people don't even follow it. We're the people of the Bible.
That's the other thing, is that most Jews believe that the coming of the Messiah must take place before the year 6000 after creation. He has to come and accomplish everything before the...
You heard that, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Because you would think that these guys, even though we never really went, I never really went and took a bod until I seen these guys, squirming around and look, in that basement when they was filling that tunnel. I never even looked in Kabod, looked into the Kabod like that. But you see how they said they had to make it happen before 6000 from creation. Mm-hmm. And it's deep in the academy. We teach Secrets of the Times. The 120 Jubilees times 50 is 6,000 years before their judgment. Right?
Right.
A time, and a dividing of time. So they have to what? Deal with the desolation and get rid of our people, which is connected to their Messiah coming before Christ returns. How long have we been teaching this? But that's a whole nother topic in of itself. Right? That's a whole nother topic in of itself. So how would they hasten the Messiah? Well, they would need the trendsetters. They would need our influence. Why? Because they know the Torah and the Tanakh. And the Torah and Tanakh tells us this. Hit that like button for us. Elder Lawyer, let's go to Jeremiah, the 10th chapter. Let's go to Jeremiah 10.
Yes, sir. Jeremiah
10, and let's read 16.
Yes, sir. Jeremiah 10, verse 16. The portion of Jacob is not like them.
Stop right there. We are not like them, and they know it. They're not like us, and they know it. The portion of Jacob is not like them. Read.
For he is the former of all things.
For he is the former of all things, which is our God. Read.
And Israel is the rod of his inheritance.
We are the extension of the Almighty God.
That's right.
So when it says the portion of Jacob is not like them, folks, in order for them to move anything through this world, they need our influence. They're not blessed with what the Most High have given us naturally through bloodline. The gift to move everything is in us. See? That's why they have us front all of their brands. Okay? Because they don't have the sachet. They don't have the strength. Need I say, they don't have the spiritual swag to have other people get on board with anything. Let me tell you, folks. Let me tell you. Everything we do, you got them just jotting it down and looking at it as this amazing art to steal or to benefit from. And it's what we do naturally. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things. Hey, I'm going to tell y'all this, folks. The Most High took everything from us. He took everything from us, brothers and sisters, for the sins of our forefathers. We had to serve every nation. But he never took away that gifted spirit. That same spirit, all nations envy.
That's right.
We got the flavor. I'm going to tell you right now. They square dance. We electric slide. Okay? And I'm going to tell you, it's always been that way. So in order for them, Elder Lawyer, to hasten their Messiah, they had to get our influence that would lead the world into sin. What do I mean by that? They would have to make us the public spectacle or minstrel show before the earth. There was too much righteousness amongst our people. Too much righteousness. And they could not oppose our movement because what? We were modest. We were dressed good. We stayed clean. Our children stayed clean. We were well spoken. Families were together. And you know what? Because of this, they know that they could not oppose us being protected by the heavens. You look at the story of Job. Satan had to ask for permission. Hey, of course, you protected him. I can't touch him. Well, folks, that was us. That was us. Even though we were here down bad in America, the Caribbean, and Haiti, we would go to church. We feared God. We cared about how we looked and presented ourselves. We still loved God regardless of our condition. We never blamed him for our condition. And because of that, the Most High had a hedge where the Satanists could not cross over into unless we let down the protection. So he says you must hasten it. So what happened, Elder Lawyer? How did they hasten their agenda? Instead of self-destruction, Elder Lawyer, we headed for self-destruction. Remember that song? We was talking about,
Yes,
they started flooding drugs into the neighborhood. They started doing all types of things, attacking us from every side. So what we didn't see, what was the extension of that religion? The industry. They would need the industry. The industry in which they can go into poor neighborhoods and pay those who need a way out for their family to hasten their agenda. The likes of Leora Cohen, former top Warner Music exec and global head of music. We never connected these guys to a religion that had a purpose. We thought they were just people who was seeking to make good music and to promote the great talent within our communities. That's what we thought. We didn't know that these people had a religion and a belief against our foundation as Christians and those who believe in Christ. And the Bible says two cannot walk together lest they be agreed. But we were naive because they knew our naivety and played upon it. They made us believe, because in our mind, we thought Charlton Heston from the Ten Commandments, God's people, was cutting us a deal. See? They played on our naivety, but they were there for something else. They were there to utilize our influence, which would do what? Raise hell on earth, and using us to do it through the influence. All of a sudden, you had people like 2 Live Crew, Luke, who came from the Caribbean. Elder Lawyer, we used to have fun. Clean fun. When I was growing up. Fun without guilt. The same people went to church. They was at cabaret with their family Saturday night. Electric slide. Dancing together, playing oldie but goodies, and you know what I mean? It was clean fun. No shooting, no fights. We used to have what they would call cabarets. Grown up, mature gatherings. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the industry started bringing in guys like this, who claim that he's gonna consider running for Congress. They started bringing in guys like this. Now, what was wrong with guys like this? They started luring us out of church. 2 Live Crew. Look. I'm going to show you the hypocrisy of this whole P. Diddy thing. Guess what, folks? I remember these album covers. And I remember the companies that were behind sending their photographers to take these pictures for albums. All of these guys, broker than a joke. Okay? Get a deal cut. And then they go to the jeweler to put jewelry around their necks. And they would go to who? They would go to the strips where the women would dance, where the women would sell their body, because some strippers would be the ladies of the night, but that was a way of getting clients in the clubs. We're talking about, that's right, Magic City before it was Magic City was tied to the hip with the industry. This is where they go to get, that's right, folks, people to pose for their covers and to be in their magazines. And I purposely blew up the picture so that you can't see what's standing over there. Now, I need y'all to check this out. We got how many women that's probably from the club. Now, this is what's deep about it, right? He says, this guy says that he's going to run for Congress. At any time that woman right there that's standing over him voluntarily, she can be called into a room by a lawyer, because why? I know. One thing about these particular album covers and whatever these people do, they must sign a release in order for them, for their image to be showed publicly. So that means lawyers have records of all these women who was ladies of the night working with 2 Live Crew. And at any time, under the federal laws now, to circumvent this Constitution, they can call one of these ladies up who can roll out of a wheelchair and say that she was touched the wrong way or coerced. And those lawyers who kept the records of these releases can now get paid off of all what these guys made during the time of their early prime years. At any time. See? But on another note, I need y'all to check out the fact what they brought in. They brought sin into us, debauchery into us. Because what? Their people didn't have the influence that we had. They would need to use us to hasten the prophecy of bringing in their Antichrist. By what? By promoting sin throughout the earth. That's their idea, sin and death. That's their idea of hastening their Messiah. See? So they brought in Luke. Then you had the real life of a story behind NWA manager Jerry Heller. Jerry Heller, which was what? Jerry Heller, which we didn't know was a part of a religion that's connected directly to Netanyahu and all these others. Out of nowhere, instead of the fun rap that we used to go down in the schoolyard with the boom boxes and the big speakers and have fun. I remember what? I remember rap was about consciousness, having fun, having a good time. See? And then this guy came in from hell. Jerry Heller. And all of a sudden, the whole neighborhood is rocking to Straight Outta Compton. Gangster rap. See? At the same time that these guys in the industry and those over them, these guys are investing in the prisons that they know the music will actually help fill. Right? So let's go here. So they get a few people that's poor with talent who they can use as the vehicle to bring forth death and destruction on the earth. Death hastens their Messiah. Right? Now check this out. Check this out, Elder Lawyer. Right? And why everybody talking about P. Diddy and the innocent Cassie? Right before that, on the campaign trail, Trump said something that went over everyone's head. And I'm doing this because I understand the majority of people have what? Short attention spans. Listen to these numbers from Forbes. Breaking news. Trump rails against Kamala Harris and claims she lost 325,000 migrant children. And this was 10 months ago, Elder Lawyer. 10 months ago. Now, where am I going here? We've been talking about Puff Daddy's personal bed experiences with consenting adults, how wicked and debaucherous that their behavior is when it comes to behind closed doors. It was consensual. At the same time they're going after him, around the same time, putting a grand jury together, they're covering up the fact that it's being exposed that the DNC is behind hundreds of thousands of children that are going missing at the border.
Harris lost. Listen to these numbers, though. Seriously, if this were a Republican, they'd be stringing them up.
I'll be right back. I'm going to step
Now
away
listen
for a
to this
second.
number, because you have to understand what it means. 325,000 children have been lost. They've been allowed to be trafficked all across our borders. She flew in illegal aliens by the hundreds of thousands, and many of these were young children. But we have no idea where, think of the number, 325,000 children are missing. Many are dead. Many are involved in sex operations. Many are working as slaves in different parts of probably this country and probably many others. But she was the border czar. Now she says, I wasn't the border czar. But she was. It was headlines, border czar, border czar. But now she doesn't want that term. But whether she was a border czar or not, she was in charge of the border. 325,000 children are missing. She created a fast pass entry program to speed the admission of illegals into all of our ports of entry. And remember when they said, no, we're going to, oh, now they have a new line. We created a strong border. No. They keep saying it over and over. The worst border in history. But they think if they keep saying it over and over, most people aren't like us. They're not that, they drive a cab. They're carpenters, they're electricians, they're accountants, they're lawyers. They're not like into it other than they like Trump. They like our policies, because it's not about me. This is not about me. I had a nice life. You can ask my friend. I had the greatest life. I could go to the most beautiful places, look at the most beautiful oceans in the world. Instead, here we are, and I'm happy as hell to be with you because I like it much better. I like this.
325,000 children. A non-conversation. At the same time, a grand jury set up through the DNC is seeking to indict P. Diddy for personal actions that they all do within the industry. Now I see why I originally named this Babylon. What's up is down. What's left is right. What's good is what's evil is good. Everybody just forgot about the sacrifice of children through what Trump stated was all government sponsored, as if it was some type of big religious sacrifice of children. The same time, brothers and sisters, the same time we're seeing rallies of Kamala Harris showing our sisters go into abortion trailers on the outside of the DNC rallies. Right? I need y'all to think about this for a second. Bear with me. I'm going to show you where this is going. It's all tied together. It's all tied together. Stick with me. How many of y'all know this? Fox News. Fox News. Fox 4. While everyone is looking at Diddy and the innocent Cassie, okay? remains of nearly 800 babies. Children could be in waste tank at nun-run, that's right, nuns, folks, Catholics. There was a nun-run Irish unwed mother and baby home. So it was a front, right? It was a front for one thing. That's why we have to look up into this, the missing children, the adoption apparatus. We have to look into who's connected with CPS. How many of you knew that was news? Why do you think, folks, we're going to start homeschooling our people, our children, that are our baptized children, families that are baptized in our church? The Satanists have, folks, the Satanists have put themselves in all the positions of influence in our society where children are. Right? We're going to go through it now. Oh, you back, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Because I'm about to go in. Make sure I have you here. All right, I ain't see you back. That's good. Remains of nearly 800 babies, children could be in waste tank at nun-run Irish unwed mother and baby home. 300-some thousand children. And then you have some people who was willing to get citizenship. Folks, these are some of the deviants they let in the country. Those who would actually get citizenship. That's right, folks, in exchange for giving their children at the border. Now, let's go back to where Netanyahu's Messiah said he's not doing it quick enough. I need you to hasten the Messiah. And look at what they've done in our music since that guy told Netanyahu that. Look how much death is now being blamed on this particular country dealing with those same sacrifices that's connected to what we've seen in those tunnels. Allegedly or possibly. And then you have to think about all of the politicians who are paid through AIPAC to support that whole agenda in the Middle East. A foreign country, a foreign lobby controlling elected officials. And then, Elder Lawyer, something happens. Now, I told you I was going to bring it around full circle. Right? Something happens, Elder Lawyer. In the midst of all this going, the DNC now is getting behind their East Indian Hindu candidate, Kamala, who was known for destroying and incarcerating black men in California. Everybody had to get on board, all hands on deck, and getting this East Indian Babylonian, along with her Zionist husband, into the White House. But guess what? One person they didn't have that helped Obama get in, who was a mover and shaker. Sean Combs, Puff Daddy. Remember those shirts? Vote or die. The influence that Puff Daddy had. 106 in Park with BET, plugged into all the radio stations, would get all the industry lockstep in? It was one major player that was there during Barack Obama's 2 administrations that was utilized to galvanize everyone on board who was absent for Kamala. She tried Meg the Stallion, it fell flat. She even tried Beyonce, it fell flat. I'm going to tell you why. No. Sean Combs, he isn't an angel, but he was always a visionary. That's why the industry could use him like they used him to do what he did and influence for the influence of hip hop. So what was Sean Combs doing? What was he doing now that they was calling for everyone? They was calling for everyone, all hands on deck for the East Indian Hindu that's against the rise of black people. She was put in place, that's right, folks, to draft legislation to get rid of our people. An ethno-genocide to replace us with others while they would slowly put us down. And disrespecting black women who died on this soil through chattel slavery for their children to get an opportunity. And now they bring a Hindu from East India to represent a black woman. And they needed Sean Combs. And what was Sean Combs thinking? Because you know they were trying to bring him into the meeting and say, listen, the DNC, you've helped Barack Obama. You got the power and influence to galvanize things. We're going to need you on board like you did with Obama. Sean Combs, let's do it. And what was Sean Combs doing? Fair use. This is what he was doing.
Get to action. I don't care if you understand it, you don't understand it. I'm a warrior. I've been in head to head with these folks in corporate America. You know what I'm saying? Like when they ask the question, is there systemic racism? And nobody answers the question. I'm like, yo, no, hold on. This systemic racism, they trying to keep their foot on the neck up to my level, up to Jay-Z's level, up to LeBron's level. It's an illusion of inclusion by just a couple of us. So I could sit back here in the crib, but I'm not with that. I'm from that same block. I'm a frontliner. I'm with the smoke at any time, no matter where my address is at. We're in a war. This is not a game. Everybody needs to wake up. I'm ringing the alarm. I'm having to start right now to organize and to come together, and so we could build our political army unapologetically for the things that matter to us.
Do you believe there's a way to vote and support like your personal interests and the interests of your people as a whole?
Yeah. See, when you at Our Black Party, we love free-thinking, free-minded people and individuals. That's all we want in life, is to be able to be free and to be able to think as free as we want. But you have a responsibility to your people to ride on what they riding with for the betterment of the good of the whole overall tribe. We are a people that have been abused the most. And we got to start biting their legs off.
That's right.
You know, when they put their foot on our neck, we got to start biting that off. When they shooting us in the back, we got to start defending ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Because ain't nothing going to stop unless you stop it. It's black insanity. We have to get off of this. We have to wake up and see what's going on. The world is watching.
Because it's such an easy conversation to have.
How many of you knew that this is what his stance were? His stances were exactly this at a time they were trying to get him on board to support the DNC. And and I understand how Charlemagne was looking at him. Charlemagne was like, hey, Negro, you crazy. I've seen that one look with Charlemagne. You know, Charlemagne is like, hold up, I'm going to have to distance myself. But don't forget, Charlemagne had a few things that was creeping out based on his college days. That magically went away. So let me tell you, there's no such thing as an innocent black man. A black man cannot grow a conscience. He cannot make up for his past indiscretions. He's not allowed to. And this is why we will never throw our people away, because we know the enemy, they're hypocrites. They're liars. They're deceivers. P. Diddy was about to get in the way of what they were doing. He was about to stop the regentrification and put finances together to actually have our people have something for ourselves, opposed to them bringing in the replacements. And all of a sudden, Homeland Security and everybody else break into his house, and the greatest contraband they could find was baby oil. Let's listen to that again, all the way through.
Get to action. I don't care if you understand it, you don't understand it. I'm a warrior. I've been in head to head with these folks in corporate America. You know what I'm saying? Like when they ask the question, is there systemic racism? And nobody answers the question. I'm like, yo, no, hold on. This systemic racism, they trying to keep their foot on the neck up to my level, up to Jay-Z's level, up to LeBron's level. It's an illusion of inclusion by just a couple of us. So I could sit back here in the crib, but I'm not with that. I'm from that same block. I'm a frontliner. I'm with the smoke at any time, no matter where my address is at. We're in a war. This is not a game. Everybody needs to wake up. I'm ringing the alarm. I'm having to start right now to organize and to come together, and so we could build our political arm.
And some people say, well, okay, right message, wrong person. And I can understand it. I know y'all didn't say that, but I know somebody out there is thinking it. Folks, I need y'all to think about this. For years, the excuse to why the community can't change is because the black man won't stand up. And then if a black man does stand up for his people, then it have to be measured on whether or not he's good enough to stand up for our people when there is no black man in our community that's good enough, because they all have a past. So that means we stay on the bottom while the synagogue of Satan destroy our families. Is that the answer? Is that the answer? Or can we see something in a person who have been on the other side and understand the evil of it and is seeking to turn the page for the better to help his people? Believe me, if it wasn't so, they wouldn't have burned him. Believe me. If he wasn't having a change of heart concerning that life and all of that, and to prove that, if you got to go back to 16 years to find something on a person, you don't have anything presently. Then you got to find a tape that's doctored, a domestic abuse case, and claim that it's a RICO. And claim it's a RICO. The same DNC with their prosecutors in place over the federal government using the law, weaponizing the law to stop this man from helping his people. And regardless of what he's doing in his bedroom, that's between him, the people he's dealing with, and God, who will judge him if he's wrong. Okay? No one is supposed to be hearing what people are doing in their private bedroom. They wanted to humiliate him, and guess what? They wanted to drag him out there and use these old tapes so to stop his political movement that was going to be against the evil DNC that hate our people and hate children. It's to a degree where they can't even admit that he's not guilty. Oh yeah, he's guilty on 2 charges. But is he guilty on the RICO, the racketeering? No. Why? Because a black man is always guilty. And there's always someone, somewhere, that can be utilized to help take him down. Now, we were talking about the children, right? We went into Elder, you missed it, because they want to talk about the innocent Cassie, but no one is talking about all the children that Trump was talking about that was missing, over 100,000. And then at the same time, there was money being paid through these NGOs for sex changing, child affirming care for Venezuelan children under the DNC. 300,000 children got missing. We all know that it leads back to this dark religion that requires child sacrifice. And they need child sacrifice to do what? To hasten the Messiah. Now, Elder Lawyer, another thing, now we're going to go into the woman portion, not black woman portion, the woman portion.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is what I'm going to talk about when it comes to the naivety of men. You have to understand how the system plays us through the woman. And I'm saying this for men. This is not blaming women. We got a lot of wonderful women, virtuous women within the church. There's a lot of women out there who listen, who has a moral compass and a line they will not cross when it comes to disrespecting their temple. But let me tell you, this is for the men right here that are listening. You cannot be naive. The women in the Western world, the way they set this up, listen to me clearly. They've created an environment that the woman can be weaponized against those who will oppose them at any time. It's a catch-22. Some people might ask, Elder Lawyer, what do you mean by that? You can't teach sexual freedom and sexual revolution and say her body, her choice, and she got the right to do what she want to do with her body, and then the government gets behind it. And then when something happens where she utilized that freedom, she's now being paraded out before the world as an innocent, vulnerable girl who's been taken advantage of.
That's right.
It just doesn't make sense. It's crazy to me. And this is for the men to understand. You young boys out there who listening, who's coming of age. What this system has taught us is that any time, if there's a relationship that's gone bad with a person who y'all decided to separate from, or, go your separate ways, if you're a man that makes anything of yourself, at any time that person who feels a certain type of way can come back and destroy you under the guise of she being innocent and young. And I'm putting it out there because that is their proverbial trump card. That's their proverbial trump card to put out there. The same people that's for killing children through abortion, children get missing, to make it where women at any time can weaponize them being a female against a man of influence and or power, under the guise that she was young and innocent, in a world in which you understand that she was exercising what? That's right, folks. Sexual freedom. So then it comes down to men. Understand this, brothers. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's your fault for choosing women like that.
That's right.
If she's operating in the spirit of sexual freedom, she is supposed to be off limits to a man of means, a man that has something to do, that has a future for himself, a man with laurels and morals. Doesn't matter how her body's shaped. Believe it. It doesn't matter how she looked. Guess what? Age catches up to everyone. So we're going to blow this innocent woman crap out of the window, because there's no such thing as innocence in the Western world. Sexual liberation and freedom. Reality tells us that, guess what? It's not abnormal to see a girl pregnant at 13 and 14 anymore. I remember growing up, a girl that was pregnant at that age, everybody kept it quiet. She would go down south and no one would see her for a while. And the next thing you know, that's her cousin 3 or 4 years from now that our aunt is bringing back with her. That's how much integrity we had not to show forth anything like that. It was integrity. So we're living in a sexually liberated world and don't understand what that is. And we understand exactly what it is. But guess what? But when it's convenient, this was a young girl who was taken advantage of. Why don't you stop the sexual revolution? The freedom to deal with what is it when you give out contraceptives in the schools?
Right.
Promoting the behavior, and then say when what happens with that contraceptive that you know what's going to happen with it. Oh my God, she was taken advantage of. Oh my God. I mean, these men are just predators. Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. But brothers, you got to understand this, because the rules for you are different. Esau can do whatever he want to do. He's always done what he want to do. But they're not stacking the deck against Esau. They'll find a way to, they'll find a reason to excuse. I mean, I've seen people give an excuse to why Esau did what they would normally throw us under the jail for. And I'm telling you, brothers, it's not fair. But guess what? That's the way it is. It's the way it is. So you got to protect yourself. Understand that they have set traps all around us under this sexual revolution things, and men have been willing participants in it. That's the trap. Let me show you something here. All right. I'm gonna show y'all some innocent females real quick. Right? Some innocent girls. Here goes some innocent girls for you, elder lawyer. You know what I mean? That probably about 10, 15 years from now, they'll try to claim that they were coerced. They didn't know any better. Their frontal lobe wasn't fully developed. Right? But they can do stuff like this. Billie Eilish, all the good girls go to hell. Fallen angel. This is who these demons worship, fallen angels. Look. The song, elder lawyer, is all good girls go to hell.
Pearly gates look more like a picket fence. Once you get California, my turn to
going to California, my time to ignore you. Look.
Ignore ya. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
All the good girls go to hell.
All the good girls go to hell, elder lawyer. So I don't listen. You can't make this up. She's singing all the good girls go to hell. Young girl. Her name is Billie Eilish. She's so happy to be Jewish. Don't you know 10, 20 years from now, if there was an executive she dealt with getting on with the business or whatever the case is, they would try to claim that her frontal lobe wasn't fully developed and she was taken advantage of by the patriarchy. Folks, did y'all know that even Jada Smith, during the time of Will Smith's prime, that she put together a band that was a Satanist band? Dealing with witchcraft and all that, and it was upset because she says he's happy doing what he want to do, but I'm not being fulfilled in my endeavors. You're not Will Smith, woman. How can you compete with a megastar? And if you're a wife, why should you even want to? Elder lawyer, this is a long way from to Zion right here. All good girls go to hell.
All the good girls go to hell. 'Cause even God herself has enemies.
Now, why do it say it's all the good girls go to hell? See, I write songs and I can understand the message they're given. That guess what? Women can do no wrong in the Western society. There is no wrong. Because the government will always back them to do what? To make sure Adam never assumed his rightful position as the king of earth. See? As the controller. So it doesn't matter. They'll clean it up. They'll clean it up. And I'm looking at Cassie. Right? 19 years old. Right? Part Filipino. 19 years old. In a relationship with Ryan Leslie, who introduced her to Bad Boys. Right? Only 2 years later, when she was of age and was able to go into the club, to leave the man that she was, to introduce her to the business, because she wanted to be with a man of influence who could move her career well beyond this other guy who loved her. Well, he wasn't P. Diddy. Okay? So through hypergamy, she did what? She went up on the ladder through hypergamy. She leveled up. Now, hold up now. Her frontal lobe and all this was, she was a little girl and all this other stuff. But she had enough, she was savvy enough to ditch this guy who wrote her first hit and introduced her to Puff Daddy. She was smart enough to move herself up the ladder to a degree where now she's up with over $30 million. From something that happened 16 years ago that have already been forgotten until the lawyers came with the tape. So this is what they gonna allow us to believe is innocent. She wasn't innocent. She's a participant. Whatever that brother was doing in his room, with all that crap they trying to put out there, you know what I mean? It was just smoke and mirrors to try to cobble together a racketeering charge, because he was about to do something for the first time in a long time that most industry people don't do. Since Harry Belafonte and others. He says, nix all these other people. We got enough money. We got enough people with influence in our community, and we're going to stop what I'm seeing, that I'm witnessing the DNC doing. They're looking to replace us, and we're going to stop it. Let me play it again. Fair use. Elder Lawyer, let's get that out of Second Esdras real quick.
Unapologetically for the things that matter to us.
Do you believe there's a way to vote and support it like your personal interests and the interests of your people as a whole?
Yeah. See, when you at our Black Party, we love free thinking, free minded people and individuals. That's all we want in life, is to be able to be free and to be able to think as free as.
And not only that, Elder Lawyer, wasn't Sean Combs married to Kim Porter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then she was willingly in a relationship with a man that she knew was married to. But no, It was her frontal lobe undeveloped.
Right.
And it's a shame, because she, at the end of it, she don't understand the next step of the hypergamy ladder. She's married to a Jewish white man. So at the end of it, he's the one that's going to win in this. Because what he's going to claim, even though he was behind putting the battery in her back based on her going back and forth with this brother. And of course, this guy envies Sean's fame. He does. So what he did was he put her out there to dry. No man who loved his wife would have allowed his wife to testify and put her business out there like that if he really cared about her. Unless he's going to burn her. He threatened her. I bet you, allegedly, he threatened her and said, listen, you embarrass me in front of my family and all that's out there with this guy. You might as well put it out there, or guess what? The kids and all that probably was on the table. And look at what happened with Holly Berry. Usually it's the guy they with, a white guy. Are you kidding me? A white guy take the kids, and now you got to pay that man alimony and child support. It doesn't work like that with the white Jews. They take the kids, and you pay for him and the kids. That's how it worked with them. So keep your eye on this, because it won't be too long before this guy go to a therapist or something saying he can't deal with it because he found out things at the court that change his mind on everything, and he don't think that she's fit to raise his children, and now he's running with the bag that she got from Sean Combs. It always goes right back to them. Watch what I tell you. Because no man who loved his woman would allow her to humiliate herself publicly like that. He's not covering her by allowing her to say these things. Let's hear it.
Get to action. I don't care if you understand it, you don't understand it. I'm a warrior. I've been in head to head with these folks in corporate America. You know what I'm saying? Like when they ask the question, is there systemic racism? And nobody answers the question. I'm like, yo, no, hold on. This systemic racism, they trying to keep their foot on the neck up to my level, up to Jay-Z's level, up to LeBron's level. It's an illusion of inclusion by just a couple of us.
Fair use.
So I could sit back here in the crib, but I'm not with that. I'm from that same block. I'm a frontliner. I'm with the smoke at any time, no matter where my address is at. We're in a war. This is not a game. Everybody needs to wake up. I'm ringing the alarm. I'm having to start right now to organize and to come together, and so we could build our political army unapologetically for the things that matter to us.
Do you believe there's a way to vote and support like your personal interests and the interests of your people as a whole?
Yeah. See, when you at Our Black Party, we love free thinking, free minded people.
Man, I know y'all wrong. Hit the like button. Give me what's going on here. 300 likes real quick, just so others will know we're actually broadcasting, brothers and sisters. Come on, just doesn't cost you anything to do that. And guess what, folks? When y'all come in here, brothers and sisters, and say people was Boule, or people are Freemasons, or this, that, and the other, let me tell you, broaden your understanding. Let me tell y'all something. You must broaden your understanding must be broadened. Because we were all something else. Okay? Before the Most High began to move us towards what's right. And why am I saying this? Paul was a Pharisee. Paul was known, he was the greatest antagonist against the disciples. He was an antagonist. He was the one that was throwing us in prison and all of that. He was for the establishment. But yet Christ turned him around to utilize his gifts to do even greater works. So at least Paul had an opportunity to repair some of the damage he caused. So if somebody Boule, Freemason, guess what? I don't care what they are. If they have a heart towards God and want to do what's right, they can repent and leave that. You know how many so-called Freemasons that have been baptized into this church? And I mentioned this and are no longer a part of the fraternity. How many Eastern Stars? And I mentioned this even during the academy. This is what y'all don't know, folks. Everyone that's in Freemasons, unless they get up to the higher degrees, they're just there for the fraternity and the community work, because as far as they know, this is how you get connections, and this is how you actually be able to get backing to help the community. There's 33 degrees within Freemasonry. When you get to the 33rd degree, like Farrakhan, you're pulled into a room because there are higher degrees beyond them. Those in the synagogues, the rabbis, are higher degrees than those in Prince Hall Freemasons or Scottish or York Rites. Once you're 33 degrees, that's when they're pulled into a room and told that, then they're told everything. They're the guardrails for the Babylonian society, which means whatever objectives that leads to their Messiah coming back is their position to do so, whether it be acting, whether it be political work, whether it be fundraising. This is their position. They're gatekeepers for the Babylonian system. And then they're told the reason why you had to be a part of a religion to pledge. Because what they're told, it doesn't matter if you are a Christian and believe the Christian doctrine that's taught, whether you're a Muslim or whether you believe some religion in the earth, it's the same God that's behind all of your constructed religions. And they'll tell them that God is Jabulon, which is Lucifer. So when they get up to the 33rd degree, they know. The 33 degree cannot tell those at the lower degree what they know. You can only speak to them at the degree that they've graduated to. If they have 5 degrees, you can only speak to them according to the knowledge of that particular degree. And there's some people in Freemasons that never even go up past the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd degree. And why am I putting that out there? We have to get out of this thing of throwing our people away because they're into something that we know isn't entirely right. If they're in the earth, there's a place of repentance, and it's our position to show them the path and not judge them for what they don't know. See? So when I hear this boule thing, I think it's a cop-out. Because why? Suppose that person in the boule have the mind to help our people, but just need direction. Are you going to throw them away because they boule? Christ wouldn't. See? So it's time for us to get to the next level in this thing. And guess what? I would never make an excuse for any man, but any man or woman with breath in them has an opportunity to repent. And that's, now, if they're doing things or saying things to hurt our nation, of course, we can call out the action that's against God's law. But we have to get out of this thing simply because somebody's into something that we know is wrong. That means that the Most High has done away with them. No. There's a lot of smart people in these organizations that's going to turn around and use their gifts to build Christ's kingdom. And folks, that's what we're here for. Because one thing about the enemy, I'm going to tell you this right now. One thing about the enemy, folks, they are together. They are locked. They are locked, okay? They are together. See? They are together. See? So again, I'm just going to dismiss someone strictly because they're in a different position right now and they don't know what we know. All right. Now, Elder Lawyer, let's show now how they would use the law against the poor righteous man. And most people would say, well, hold up. Puff Daddy is a rich man. But that ain't the point. The point is they find you young, desperate, ambitious, and poor. See? It's that person they find. That's that diamond in the rough to progress whatever agendas they have and they want to get moved in the world, because their people have no talent when it comes to culture changing influence. Their talent is to study us, okay, and learn to do at least what we do when it comes to talent. And guess what? I'm not boasting. That's in the Bible. Let's go back there again, Elder Lawyer. Let's go back to Jeremiah, if you will.
Yes, sir.
Let's read it.
Jeremiah 10, verse 16.
Jeremiah 10, verse 16. Read it.
The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the lot of, or the rod of his inheritance.
When they're not like us, folks. So the reason why they need us is based on our influence. We influence the whole world through our culture. Why? Because we're God's people. So in order for Satan to move any agenda that he would like to do in the earth, he must find a poor one of us with talent and use us as the vehicle to push his garbage. But what if we stand up and say, you know what? When I was young, I understood what I was just trying to make it, but now I'm looking at the consequences of my actions and the destruction of my people. I need to start doing some repairing of our community. And when you do that, they be like, well, hold up now. Because when you get older, you start looking back at your careers and what you've been doing and saying, well, hold up. What I thought was fun was destruction. And now I got the finances to help correct some of the issues I've created. And Esau going to look at you and say, no, buddy, we didn't give you the money for that. Now, you can freak off all you want, but you're not going to take your money to help your people in the community. That's not the deal. See? So when you grow a conscience towards fixing things because you understand that eventually there'll be a judgment, Esau steps in and say, well, hold up. The money is to destroy your people, not to repair your people. The portion of Jacob is not like them. They're not like us. For he is the former of all things, which is our God. And Israel is the rod of his inheritance, which means all the ideas of righteousness to make culture, to move people spiritually in this earth to do anything comes through us. It comes through us, and they know it. So they go find a poor, ambitious black man with vision. And what they do, they put the machine behind that particular person, knowing that this person has a vision beyond anything that they can actually even think about. I mean, think about this, folks. Kanye West he was doing beats through loops. A rapper, and then he designed a sneaker and it sold all over the place. See, but it's just that we don't understand our influence and our power, but the devil does. So in order for them to push anything, they must what? They must use Israel's cultural influence to do so. So they'll find a young person impressionable without the full knowledge of what they're being utilized for, like NWA was at a young age, like P. Diddy was at a young age, and use our cultural strength we've been blessed with to push their agendas. Now, Elder Lawyer,
quick precept on what you just stated.
Yes, sir.
Jeremiah 2:20 or 2 and 33.
Jeremiah 2 and 33. I can read it. You can break it down. Why trimmest thou thy way to seek love? Therefore hast thou also taught the wicked ones thy ways.
Right. So it goes into exactly what you've been stating as far as them having to actually recruit us into this mission of colonizing the world through wickedness, through the image of the beast, through debauchery. So they know that because of our influence, as you were stating, there's something about our spirit that just anything we do becomes a phenomenon, whether we realize the gravity or the level of what we do or not. Sometimes we do things just on a regular and not realize how powerful it is or how influential it is.
Yeah.
But the world takes it and they gobble it up. And the enemy understands that. So he uses us to now take his philosophy, take his debauchery, mix it with our spirit, and then promote it throughout the four corners of the earth so that the whole earth now takes to this doctrine that we were showing earlier with this whole thing of ushering in this false satanic Messiah.
Now, for those who missed it earlier, I was telling people that their secret weapon is man's naivety. And I think the biggest issue with men, this is not women's fault. Men, boys growing up, do not understand the true nature of women. And how to choose a virtuous one. And see, a lot of brothers don't realize why you don't get any backing by sisters and others, even the girls in your family, when you're done wrong. And the reason why you don't get backing because they're looking at you and saying, they know the nature of women. And they look at it and say, I knew what she's going to do to you when you brought her around. Okay? All right? You chose to have your nose wide open and follow that woman. But women know women. And so does the synagogue of Satan. So it's not a woman's fault if men don't choose understanding the nature of women. And I'm going to tell you, and using P. Diddy as an example. One mistake he made publicly with his tweet. He had this girl, Cassie, right? Let me put the innocent Cassie up real quick. Where is she? Right? Real quick. He had Cassie waiting in the wings all these years with her believing that if anything happens, she would one day be the woman that loved, the woman that he loved and said he loved. Right? And if anything happened in his relationship, that she would be the woman he would choose. Right? A mistake that the brother made is he put up a tweet after his wife died. Publicly. And that's another thing about that internet all over the place. And what he said was, with Cassie still living now, right? He said, Kim Porter, this was the love of my life, and put it out there. And the Bible says you cannot teach a woman a jealous accusation against you. Even though what he was saying was true. But based on the life he was living, this polygamous life with all these other people, he had to know that putting that out there about a dead woman would have consequences with the woman that's still living. Now, I can understand him putting it out there, mother of his children and all of that. Yeah, but that's something you say some place at a funeral or whatever. You don't put that out there with someone that's ready to take you down. So that wasn't wisdom at all. Okay? The Bible says you cannot teach your wife or teach a woman a jealous accusation against you. Right? Like a man can, like another example, just get her out of the way. A man, and maybe we need to have classes with brothers like this on that, on things like this, Elder. Let me put it this way.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Men cannot say and do what women do.
Mm-hmm.
Right? A man cannot tell a woman what another woman he was with used to do for him. She'll always look at that as in comparison to what she's not doing.
Right.
She'll begin to hate you for that. Now, women can say stuff like this. We used to go here, I can do that. Men don't even take it like that. But if a man start talking about what a woman used to be and what a woman used to do, let me tell you, that's like a knife in the back and heart to a woman. So men and women are different. Right? So, but he made a mistake putting out there that was the love of my life and all that, because he probably was with this girl and said that she was the love of his life. Right? So that wasn't wisdom. I just want to put some wisdom out there real quick. Now, Elder Lawyer, brothers, I need y'all to listen clearly. Brothers, the enemy will always take someone from your past and utilize that person against you if you become anything. Right? We had a class not too long ago. We're going to have another sit down in the academy. 6 men, 6 women. And I started to bring some people from the world into the conversation. But man, what I'm hearing out there, I don't even want to know if I want to bring them in a room without security. Talking about relationships. Right? But brothers, listen to me and listen to me good. The Bible says a man cannot give his strength to a woman. Right? You're not supposed to give your strength to a woman. When it says your strength, that's exactly what it means. An example, using Cassie and him for an example. Right? They keep showing this tape of them going in the hallway that was cut up, not showing the whole thing, but the whole thing was there was a bag that had some of Sean Combs' belongings in it that could have probably compromised him. So they cut that part out because they didn't want to show her being the aggressor, grabbing something while he was in the shower that would have destroyed some of his businesses and all that. They didn't want to show that part because they wanted to show her as just a victim. Even though, for no reason should a man touch a woman physically. For no reason. And that's what it means. Another example of not giving your strength to a woman. Whatever went down in that room, whatever happened, he should have diffused it and separated himself from the conflict and the issue there. Okay? And I know sometimes it can get loud. She can say something and all of this, and can because some people will say something to provoke you into being violent. I dare you to hit me. I got 911 on speed dial. Brothers, listen.
Mm-hmm.
She's not worth that. She's not worth you spending the rest of your life in jail or worse. When someone is moving you to that point, understand that she's one of many in the earth, and there's a better woman for you. Okay? Anyone that will pull the worst out of you and not make you better is what the scriptures identify as Jezebel, and or when you look into the ancient words to this, succubus. Either she's building you or she's draining you. So we cannot blame women, especially a woman, according to this world. We can't blame her for being what she is so that the government could utilize her against you. You can't blame the woman for that. You have a choice to walk right by her and not choose her. And these are the mistakes that athletes make, that entertainers make. See, they get all of this prestige, finance, and attention, and what happens? The street world, the street walkers, and all of that becomes their circle. Let's go to the book of Elder Lawyer. Let's go to the book. And then I have a video that I want to show at the end before I open it up, Elder Lawyer. This is gonna blow you away a little bit. Right? There's a brother, right? He's not Kevin Samuels, but he's well spoken and he's respectful. He asked a question that was so groundbreaking. So to let us know how naive black men in particular has been in the world, in America. Man, he put this question together and everything just went boom. The lights came on and I'm like, hey, we're here. I even didn't, folks, I didn't know it was this bad. But the question was on point. Because I can tell he strategically set up the question. Right? And I'm going to play it so everybody can hear it. For some reason, the Western world, United States, don't want to make mandatory paternity testing to protect men. And everybody's coming up with all these different reasons. And he showed all these examples of men that were hurt from this. Right? And then he even told the sisters, listen, this can be your son one day. This can be this one day. Right? And then he left that conversation alone so that they can forget the emotion during that segment. And then he did a segue into My Body, My Choice. abortion. The numbers of babies that are being killed under abortion. Right? Now I'm going to let the cat out of the bag, and then matter of fact, I'm going to play it in a minute. Let me play it in a minute. Hit the like button. I'm going to play it because I can't set it up. I'll take away from it if you don't hear it real time. So I'm going to play it in a minute, Elder Lawyer. But first of all, we're going to go to the Testament of Reuben. We're going to go to the Testament of Reuben so that we can show brothers that are listening the nature of women. This is not a black thing. This is not a white thing. This is not an Asian thing. Okay? This is the nature of women. How many times when we were growing up or you're in a relationship and you're trying to tell someone you care about or whatever the case is, right? You're trying to tell someone you care about, why do you do this and why do you do that? And her answer to you is not that she's going to stop, right? The excuse she's giving you is, well, white women do it too. And right, Elder Lawyer? And I never could understand how a woman could think that was an answer that I should accept. Right? Listen, I'm not with the white woman. All right? So how is that telling me something that I'm going to be like, well, okay, the white woman do it too, so all right, continue to do it. So why would our women keep saying this? And then when I started reading these scriptures, it all came to me. What they were saying is, and what they've been telling us forever, women are women. Right? And to some degree, there's things that we will agree on together, regardless of race, that men will never understand. But here's the difference. And this is where our sisters have been double-crossed. The white man and the other race will never throw away their men for the woman alliance. They'll never do it. And the perfect example of that is when it came time for Kamala to become president of the United States, all the white women who was on this white stuff and women league and all this other stuff, the white women chose the white men. The white man is president. And you know why? Because they got enough sense to understand that if everything breaks down, they're going to need their man to protect them. See? The Greeks seeketh after wisdom, but Jacob seeketh a sign. And that's why white women will go almost as far as they need to go, but they will never outright publicly, as a whole, do away with their men. Because they understand the day their men are done away with, they're finished with no protectors. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Hold tight. I'm going to just put the commercial on for 1 second and then I want you to read it, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you have to use the restroom, do it now because I'm about to play that video. This thing going to blow you away, young man. But let me do this and I'll be right back. The Bible.
Yes, sir.
Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that he used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
I'll be making a few announcements in a moment. Let's talk about it. Hold on. One second. Hit the like button. I'm about to bring Lawyer in. One second. Let me. Someone says how many black men in prison currently? For those who just, someone said that. Someone said 9 million black men and someone said 9 million. Let me see if that calculation is correct. And I'm not going to deny it. I just want to see if it's correct. 1 second. Let's see. All right, 1 second. Wait for Lawyer so I can go over these scriptures. And brothers, this thing, even though women can learn from it too, this is especially for you all because, hey, it's about to get deep out here.
Yep, I'm here when you're ready.
Oh, you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So someone says, what, 9 million black men in prison? Let's see. Here's a graph that I have here. Here's a graph I have from Prison Policy Initiative. Let me pull it up to see. Right, here's the stats. Let me see if I got the prison stats here. Let me get it. 1 second. Cut. All right. Okay, based on what it's saying here, right? Well, this is the lie that's claiming that blacks are 12% of the population. That's a lie they're putting out there. People stopped on this street by police. We're about 15% of the population. And could be more because our people don't answer the census. Okay, racial disparities in jail. Men. Okay, that's 2018 rating. Can't be too far off. Let's see here. Black people are disproportionately stopped in the street by police. while white people are much more likely to call the police for help. Total U.S. population, I don't care about that. I want to see the prison. 1 second. Like, so the DNC put this crap together. I'm going to look into that because I know that there's about 43 million Americans, 43 million of us, right? There's 43 million black Americans, which were, from slavery in the Americas. On top of that, there's 2 million more black women than black men in the United States. So you talk about 43 million, and then there's 2 million more in disparity of women of marriageable age compared to men. Right? So we want to put that out there. But the prison, let me tell you, a lot of them, they are, there's a lot of things they're talking about the prison population that isn't true. They're lying and saying that all these black men are in prison. Those numbers don't bear out like they're claiming. Okay? Okay. It says right here, thank you. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, this equates to roughly 1,163,700 individuals in state and federal prison in 2020. That's 2021. Okay. That's, in a nutshell, about 1,800 per 100,000. And that's the black man and black woman population together there. Okay? So I don't know what people talking about. There is no 9 million black men in jail. That doesn't exist. Okay? Now, real quick. Let's go here to the book of Reuben, Elder Lawyer, if you will, where Reuben, who one night slept with his father's wife, Bilhah, right? So one day Jacob was gone away. Bilhah was pretty young. She was beautiful and all this. But one night Reuben looked at her, the attention thing, and it led to him actually laying with Bilhah, one of his father's wives, right? So through this, the Most High gave him an insight to why it happens. What happens in the spirit of a man, okay, that lead him down these paths. Young men, listen and listen good. Let's read it.
All right. Which chapter you want to start?
4 and 1. A matter of
yes,
fact.
Sir.
A matter of fact, let's start with. No, before that, all of it is good.
Yeah, I think 4 is a good spot.
Let's go. A matter of let's go to 4. 4 goes straight to it. Yeah. Pay no heed. Yep. There you go.
Yes, sir. The Testament of Reuben, chapter 4, verse 1. Pay no heed, therefore, my children, to the beauty of women, nor set your mind on their affairs.
Read that again.
Pay no heed, therefore, my children, to the beauty of women, nor set your mind on their affairs.
Pay no mind, brothers, to the beauty of women, nor set your mind on their affairs. Right? You notice how women go through a lot, right? Their affairs is beauty, aesthetics, all these things, we'll never understand it. So don't even focus on that, right? Focus on a virtuous woman. Focus on a woman that you know you would accept, that would submit to you.
Right.
Understand that. If everyone looks like everyone else, understand, young men in America, there's 2 million more than men, which means, especially a good man, that's a rarity. So that means if you're rare, you have the position being outnumbered to choose what's right. And if they outnumber men 2 million more extra and you still choose wrong, that's not her fault. There's 2 million more women than a man. See? Which puts you in a good position being rare. So that means you have to be choicey. So when it says, pay no heed, therefore, my children, to the beauty of women. I wouldn't be online liking anyone's pictures. None of that stuff, young men.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're creating what you claim you don't want.
That's right.
Okay? You don't want a haughty woman seeking attention and always online getting validation by everyone else. Here it is. You will get her this way. You will get her this way. And then when y'all get together, you're going to ask her to be exclusive and stop getting the attention that actually caught you through the same bait. To her, what you're saying is insane. This is where you found me at. Right? So what are you talking about? If it was wrong, why did you choose me from that pond? Brothers have to stop giving strangers validation. Pay no heed, therefore, my children, to the beauty of women, because they'll trap you. Read.
Nor set your mind on their affairs.
Don't be in women's affairs. They got an entirely different world than a normal man would ever understand. Only gay men understand women affairs. Okay, because they want to be women, or they want to try to figure out how to have more so that nature of the women they're mimicking. Let women have their own circle in what they do, separate from men. Now listen to this, young men out there. And I'm saying this because, let me tell you, a lot of these stars and others, they don't have a proper vetting process. And they believe they are what? They believe they are above reproach and are untouchable. But Amalek sends in the succubuses and he sends in his soldiers. And his soldiers are women. Even indirectly. Even if that's not the intention of the woman. If there's an argument, things fall out, things go wrong, she calls 911, the government comes in to protect his woman. That's just the reality of the matter. And one thing about the West, the majority of the women belongs to the government. They're married to the government. That's the reality of it. Now, are there virtuous women? Absolutely. But you have to be the one with patience to find that right person for you. They're out there, but they're rare. Check out what Reuben was shown. Read on.
But walk in singleness of heart.
But
in
walk
the fear
in what?
Of the Lord. But walk in singleness of heart in the fear of the Lord.
But walk. Where are you, Elder Lawyer? Right here. Yeah.
Right after nor set your mind on their affairs.
Nor set.
But walk.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Nor set your mind on their affairs, but walk in singleness of heart in the fear of the Lord.
Read.
And expend labor on good works and on study and on your flocks.
That means on your work. Men are supposed to focus on their work, not women. Okay? Women is an actual, believe it or not, folks, women at the end of this, it's just part of the journey. Adam had to do everything before what? Before the Most High gave him a helpmeet, because the work was becoming too much for him, and every other animal had help. But he was already in it with no direction towards where a woman is at. A woman is put on a path, but you have to have work. A lot of us as men, we grew up backwards thinking that, hey, we need to chase women, when we should be chasing purpose. Because women want men with means and resources. Well, that don't happen without purpose. You do purpose, and you'll have all the women waiting, and you'll choose the one that's right for you. Read that again.
Yes, sir. But walk in singleness of heart in the fear of the Lord, and expend labor on good works and on study and on your flocks, until the Lord give you a wife.
Until who?
Until the Lord give you a wife.
Until Instagram.
Until the Lord give you a wife.
Until the Lord give you a wife. A wife is a helpmeet. Which means, the Bible says, when a man get a wife, he getteth a possession. She belongs to you like you belong to the Lord. Which means, men set barriers and rules. No, you are not allowed to go on girl trips. No, you are not allowed to travel by yourself somewhere with your family, and I'm not around to understand what you're doing. No. No. The answer is no. You control it. Guess what? A man cannot protect what he can't control. If I didn't care about you, I would just say, go on. Do what you got to do. But any woman, young men, that travel outside of you by yourself or with other people is for the world. Because a woman that really care about you, guess what? She can't live unless she's around you. The last thing she's thinking about is separating herself from your presence and fear that somebody else may be looking for that spot. Women don't roll like that that's really up under you and want you. They're not talking about going someplace separate without you. You young men, listen. And they usually say they're going with friends or going to see family. That's garbage. I'm family. And if there's some family going, I'm coming. Whom he will read.
Whom he will, that ye suffer not as I did. For until my father's death I had not boldness to look in his face, or to speak to any of his brethren, because of the reproach.
Read.
Even until now my conscience causeth me anguish on account of my impiety. And yet my father comforted me much, and prayed for me unto the Lord, that the anger of the Lord might pass from me, even as the Lord showed. And thenceforth until now I've been on my guard, and sinned not. Therefore, my children, I say unto you, observe all things whatsoever I command you, and ye shall not sin. For a pit unto the soul is the sin of fornication, separating it from God, and bringing it near to idols.
And bringing it near to what?
To idols.
And bringing it near to idols, folks. The internet has successfully, through Instagram and all these other platforms, turned people into idols. I need y'all to think when people are staring at all these people that are having these certain poses. And their poses is to what? They're posed in a way to get a response, to be worshiped. They know exactly what they're doing. And young men, that's not how you find a wife. Understand you're one of many that's dropping into her DMs. You're worth more than that. Young men. It's a numbers game. Okay? Supply and demand. If you have something good about yourself that you know is right and the Most High is moving you towards purpose, you can make the wrong turn, and the next thing, you're sitting not too far from a cell near Diddy. Separating from God and bringing it near to idols. Read.
Because it deceiveth the mind and understanding.
Because and guess what? This is what an idol does. You see somebody who look good and put themselves in the pose, and that imagination start going. And when that imagination start going, it says, because it deceiveth the mind. And what? And understanding. That means common sense goes out the window. Everything you've worked for up until this point, based on that one gaze or moment, goes out the window. Read.
And leadeth down young men into Hades before their time.
And it leads men to hell before their time. You get locked up or killed over someone just seeking attention. Okay. Read. For many
have fornication destroyed, because though a man be old or noble, or rich or poor, he bringeth reproach upon himself with the sons of men, and derision with Beliar.
With Beliar. Now, an elder lawyer, I need you to hear this. And let me put this out there real quick. Right? Going back to Cassie real quick. The industry. The Antichrist controls the industry. For those who missed it, we showed you how their rabbis together in Israel under the Kabod told a young Netanyahu that he have to bring forth the Messiah, and he's not doing it quick enough. So the death and stuff you see over there was the plan to hasten the Messiah, their so-called Messiah, which is a demon, before their time is up. Okay? So they had to do what? They had to get all their industry bigwigs together and set the plan of sin throughout the earth using poor black men as the catalyst with the spirit of culture and ingenuity to bring forth their program that will lead the world into sin and or debauchery. Well, Sean Combs was one of these young men with ambition, but didn't understand what the master plan from the synagogue of Satan, their plans were. He had no idea. Now, I'm going to show you the weakness of men. All due respect, the guy who produced her by the name of Ryan Leslie, who made her first hit and introduced her to Bad Boy. If this was going to be your wife, right? You were not supposed to expose her to the industry. If that was going to be your wife. Okay? Or he probably thought that's the only way he could get in, to say that he had connections and he can make her famous. But guess what? You were selling her to the industry. So when I look at it and she walked away from from Ryan Leslie to Sean Diddy, she's looking at it like, hey, you know what time it is. You introduced me to the industry. Right? And why am I going? It still goes into the same spirit of idolatry. And a man not standing on what? Standing on the business of purpose with the Almighty. The industry takes. So you cannot give anything, you can't introduce anything to the industry that you're not willing to lose. And that's the mistake the young man Ryan Leslie made, because he slept on the ambition of a woman. Now, it goes into the ambition of the woman, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. Right? But Elder Lawyer, you got to see this. 5 minutes of it. Now, I believe men are starting to figure out the nature. The nature that we were naive about. Fair use.
He learned about the paternity case. Judges told him it was too late. Legally, he owes the state more than $30,000 for assistance paid to care for a child.
I did not father, that I did not biologically create or spend any time with throughout my life. I find that very unfair.
Carnell says he won't pay. He tells me tomorrow he will turn himself in.
I will go to jail if I have to, because I'm tired of the situation of the mishandling of the case.
Now, in a nutshell, this guy went through years of showing false paternity claims. This guy here, Darwin. And what he's saying is the only people who can change this is our sisters, are women. And are they willing to do it for the sake of their son's future?
I don't think that's right.
Murray Davis from the National Family Justice
So I'm going to go straight here to 21
minutes.
minutes. I want to go straight to it because you have to hear this.
What do you guys think that judge did? Let me know in the comments. What if I told you that there's a plethora of women that are name dropping just random names on birth certificates, And motherfuckers is getting the letter. Well, you owe 10,000 child support. I'm like, I don't even know.
Wait, you have to sign that. That's not how a birth certificate works, Darwin.
No.
You can put, so look, you can put a name on a birth certificate, but if he doesn't sign it within a certain amount of days, that name gets rejected.
She's correct. That's how the law in America works.
Clearly, a lot of women are out of touch of what's going on. These women are currently nurturing the black communities in America, and they are oblivious to the maliciousness of the sisterhood. I believe they're lying. They know.
Even in these cases where y'all would say, oh man, this is an obvious case, the way that the system is currently set up is not that easy for a man to just walk out of it.
He don't get his money back either. He got to go.
And he don't get his money back.
Let me do a morality test.
Stick with me, y'all. I'm going to show you where it's going.
Fight for that to be put in the law.
But I wouldn't fight for it, but I'll sign something.
You talking about mandatory DNA test?
If it requires y'all to go down to City Hall and say, hey, look, we need mandatory DNA tests at birth. What?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna march in the streets for it, but I will sign something for it. Cool.
Now listen, elder lawyer. I didn't show it, but this guy showed about 7 minutes since the time of the 90s with Maury Povich up until the time where it's showing like 30 to 40% of the children that's being born are through men are raising children that belongs to other men, and the men are finding out about it later. And he says, well, now that we've got all this tape to prove that there's injustice being done to black men and could possibly affect your sons, will you go downtown together and march for the right of what? For men to have paternity tests at birth? Will y'all at least do that? Will you at least march so that they can do paternity at birth? Listen to what he's saying.
But I wouldn't fight for it, but I'll sign something.
You talking about mandatory DNA test?
If it requires y'all to go down to City Hall and say, hey, look, we need mandatory DNA tests at birth. What?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna march in the streets for it, but I will sign something for it. Cool.
This is what the black community will continue to suffer from. And it's not the white man, so don't go there. I know how bad people in our community like to point the blame, but this particular matter appears to be self-inflicted.
I ain't marching in the street.
I won't march, but I'll sign it. Yeah, I won't march.
I'm not marching.
They won't march for the black man. They won't march for the child. What will they march for?
Now, elder lawyer, the first thing is I didn't want to play the whole thing. I'll just send it to you because I'm going to review this coming Friday.
Yes, sir.
When it came to the child who didn't know who the father was and was hurt from it, like what we seen with Kirk Franklin a few years ago, they said that they wouldn't march for the child to know his father. They also said they wouldn't march for the man to know who the child is through mandatory paternity tests, right? But then it goes here.
Requires y'all to go down to City Hall and say, hey, look, we need mandatory DNA tests at birth. What?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna march in the streets for it, but I will sign something for it. Cool.
This is what the black community will continue to suffer from. And it's not the white man, so don't go there. I know how bad people in our community like to point the blame, but this particular matter appears to be self-inflicted.
I ain't marching in the street.
I won't march, but I'll sign it. Yeah, I won't march.
I'm not marching.
They won't march for the black man. They won't march for the child. What will they march for?
Coast to coast, an army of women.
We believe in women.
Defending reproductive rights.
I believe that we will win.
Texas's new restrictive abortion law powering the step of hundreds here in LA and thousands across the country.
They will march to destroy the seed, but not to accurately ensure the seed has its biological father documented and accounted for. And this is black women. We're talking about the black
women
community.
have been fighting for things all this time. Men, this is your issue. You're going to have to take it up.
How is it our issue when y'all are the one lining?
She said, baby, it's June. I ain't marching nowhere.
I love your tattoo, by the way.
Nobody else.
I wanted to say I love your tattoo, by the way. Like her tattoo, I love it.
I do remember you.
Talking about a tattoo.
The tattoo that's stopping her from being feminine and getting
I agreed. I said I'll sign it. I won't march, but I said I'll sign it. So just deal with that.
I just said it
But you have to
requires
lead the charge.
a
You're leader.
group of people
Go
to
ahead.
actually march and
Y'all can march.
for it to happen.
I will
Y'all-
sign. Hold on, lead, brother. Lead it. Leader.
It ain't the white man
They
that's
call
sending
the
us to
police.
court and putting our names down. It's them. And they saying, you know what? Yeah, I'll march if white man come and beat your ass, and I'll march for our kids. But if it come to me lying about who my kid's father is, or me putting that nigga on child support when I need it, I ain't marching for that shit.
You know what, Sweeney? I'm gonna tell you. Wait, hold up. I'm gonna tell you the one thing that I feel like it takes a lot of honesty to admit, and people won't admit it because it sounds fucked up. But in retrospect, I feel like
Fair
in-house
use.
problems is in-house problems. So
What's more likely for you to march for? Unaliving the kids in the stomach, or a mandatory DNA test?
Oh shit. Yeah, I gotta go march for my homegirls. I'm
So
sorry.
you gonna support the unaliving of the infant, of the fetus? But they, oh my.
Hey Darwin, you gotta understand.
Where's the best place for a baby? With
slut
their
walk.
heavenly.
Y'all remember the slut walk?
You hear this, lawyer? It's
Yes, sir.
it's worse than I thought. He said, which of the two would you march for? Unaliving the children or making sure that there's mandatory tests so that the child can know the father? And they say, well, listen, she said, listen, I got to go with my girls. It's worse than I thought. Because I believe, and I'm saying this because this is the naivety of men. Maybe there's a large number of this. Maybe this is so normal amongst women to do. That's beyond man's understanding. Knowing that there's always an option to be out there and do whatever you would like to do, but there's always a man that used to like me that will actually raise the child. And maybe they know that number is well beyond the percentages that any of us could imagine, especially in the advent or in a world in which we have this social media. So they would rather march for getting rid of the baby than having a fraternity test to prove who the father is. Now, why am I going this? And I'm going to show you the circular. And yeah, I'm going to show you, worldly. But brothers and sisters, we're talking about the Bible tell you that only 1/10 is going to make it. So I know it's worldly, but we're talking about upward 80 to 90% of the world thinking this way. And it's this mindset we have to protect the children that are growing up in the church from a world that's going to hell. Now, this is where it comes back around full circle, Elder Lawyer. How the synagogue of Satan have created a cycle that leads directly to hell. What happens in all of this at the end of it, I'm going to play the rest of it. What happens in the end of it is that many more P. Diddy's and Kirk Franklin's are created in our communities through this cycle of debauchery. And the synagogue of Satan now can take these men and the gift that's in them to utilize it for his satanic agenda to destroy us. And it becomes circular. It's become circular. Because then they'll just point to P. Diddy. Not the boy that grew in a neighborhood of debauchery and destruction where his father was killed, separated, grew up a young man that had to fend for himself, but had ambition beyond the community to do something for himself. But still, that hurt not having that nuclear family there can now be utilized to hurt his community through the industry. So it's as if no one wants to talk about the root issues, which is the mindset that the devil has been using to destroy us for decades. So now it's about solution now. If we know the secret weapons that they're using, Elder Lawyer, well, guess what? They can't use the secret weapons if men are more choosy in understanding who they're going to give their seed to and who they're going to wife according to purpose. That's the only way to stop it, because the world isn't going to change. It's only going to get worse unless one of the parties decide not to participate. And let's talk about the poor righteous man, then we'll open up for some messages here. Please send your messages. 445-888-2759. Send your messages. You want to come in. If you have something that's on the topic that adds to what we're dealing with tonight, I'll call you in with no problem at all. All right?
Before we read the last one, just a quick precept off of what you just said.
Yeah.
As far as the solution.
Yes. Chapter and verse.
Yep, you can break it down. Tobit 4 and 12.
Tobit. Okay, the Apocrypha, right?
Yes, sir.
Tobit 4, verse 12. Read it.
Yes, sir. Beware of all whoredom, my son.
Good. Read it again. Lord have mercy.
Beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy fathers.
Now look at that. Now, beware, and it's deep, Elder Lawyer, because I'll be going into that in the academy when we deal with the husband and wife situation as far as the marriage class that we have in the academy. I'm going to touch on this because when it says, beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take the wife of the seed of thy fathers. Normally, and I can understand, and it should be that way. Sisters, we share them saying, well, okay, yeah. We can't be dealing with these white women or these Moabites or these other nations. And that's the only piece that they'll take from this, to say that a black man shouldn't be with a white woman. I can understand how they can use this. But don't forget, Jacob and Esau was told not to deal with the daughters of the Canaanites. Now, when it says, my son, chiefly take a wife of the seed of their fathers, that's even more than bloodline. What do I mean? Suppose we're dressing like the Moabites, women. Suppose we're doing the witchcraft in astrology, in the Satanism, in the paganism of the Moabite and the Canaanite women. That means that strange woman of another nation is the same as our women who are doing what those women were doing. So I know people would claim, well, now don't deal with a white woman. Okay, that's fine. We're not supposed to. But let's not deal with this scripture and only state that it's about not dealing with other nations. It's really on a higher level not to deal with the heathen woman who serves other gods. And that's why I wanted to go here, because it says, beware of all whoredom.
Exactly.
Okay.
Regardless of the nation of the woman that is coming from.
Exactly. So we can't use, well, you're not supposed to be with a Moabite or another nation strictly because you see a brother with another nation. If you are doing the same witchcraft, idolatry, and dressing in evil as that woman that's of another nation, what's the difference? Right? What's the difference?
Mm-hmm.
So then it says, and take not, read.
And take not, and if I can mention this as well, the key point to take from this is the fact that it tells you to take a wife. Those days of philandering and trying to fly out and hook up with people, those days are over. There's too many dangers associated with that type of lifestyle.
Yeah. All that flying people out, flying to other people, that can be criminalized.
That's right.
That can be criminalized. Right? Come on.
And take not a strange woman to wife, which is not of thy father's tribe. For we are the children of the prophets, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. As you were mentioning, understand the importance and the value of your seed, of your nation.
Yeah. Don't
just give your seed to everybody.
Exactly. So it's not just about the carnal lust of the scenario, and we've all been guilty of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We all came out of Babylon with the mindset about carnal lust without any purpose. But now we're the children of God, right? Remember, my son, read.
Remember, my son, that our fathers from the beginning, even that they all married wives of their own kindred, and were blessed in their children, and their seed shall inherit the land.
And their seed shall inherit the land. So again, we're supposed to choose women within our nation. But these women are to be daughters of Sarah, virtuous women, women that aren't in the streets dealing with all different types of people. See, these women are kept for a man who fears the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Read.
Now therefore, my son, love the brethren and despise not in thy heart thy brethren, and the sons and daughters of thy people, and not taking a wife of them.
Read.
For in pride is destruction and much trouble, and in lewdness is decay and great want. For lewdness is the mother of famine.
Lewdness is the mother of famine. That's right. You pick the wrong person and you end up broke.
Mm-hmm.
See? You be taken for everything you have, and now you're running around sleeping on someone's chair because you didn't make the right decision.
That's right.
Another thing, and I said it before, men are not supposed to be living up under a woman for any reason. She is supposed to be under his name. The house, the family, the children, it's the man that carries the name and legacy to hand down to the next generation. So that means men have to get their purpose and then bring your woman into your purpose so that she'll have something to submit to. And that's not taken away from any accomplishments a woman might have and all of that. Okay, she got this, she got that. Well, okay, it's time to consolidate. Bring all that up under me. Okay, it's all good. I had a purpose. I showed you the purpose. Now we can consolidate and bring all that up under one name. So that now the Most High can bless this home, where it's not out of order anymore. All that thing where a woman have to think about, sisters have been raised to think, well, I need to do this because suppose something go wrong. Nah, it doesn't work that way. If it go wrong, she's protected anyway. 9 times out of 10, even if it's under his name, if he go wrong and he do something wrong, she gets in everything anyway. At least half, if not more. So, I wanted to put that out there. Elder Lawyer, real quick, let's go to that in 2nd Esdras. Go back to the synagogue of Satan and how they focus on the poor righteous man.
Yes, sir. What's that? Wisdom of Solomon?
Yeah, Wisdom of Solomon too. Yeah. Hold on, let me get it. Let me get it here. Yes. Wisdom of Solomon 2. Yes.
Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon, the 2nd chapter. For the ungodly said, reasoning with themselves, but not aright.
Read.
Our life is short and tedious, and in the death of a man there is no remedy. Neither was there any man known to have returned from the grave. For we are born at all adventure, and we shall be hereafter as though we had never been. For the breath in our nostrils is a smoke, and a little spark in the moving of our heart.
Read.
Which being extinguished, our body shall be turned into ashes,
our
spirit shall.
Let's go straight down there.
Straight to the point. Verse
go to 9. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Verse 9. Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness.
That means let us do whatever we want to do, party and everything. And this is what the elites have taught so-called P. Diddy to do. Let none of us go without the part of our voluptuousness. Bringing people, girls for all these different parties from the neighborhood and all of this. This is their parties.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What do you think Sean Combs learned all this stuff from? Let none of us go without the part of our voluptuousness. Let's enjoy everything in the earth. Read.
Let us leave tokens of our joyfulness in every place. For this is our portion, and our lot is this.
And let us leave our tokens, our statues, and our accomplishments of conquering throughout all the earth to show everyone that we were here. Because they feel that this is all they'll have. And you know what? They're right. They don't get anything after this. And then let us do what?
Let us oppress the poor righteous man.
Let us oppress the poor righteous man. See? So they go into our neighborhoods, find people that are struggling, and put them on the machine. See? To do their bidding, because why? These people have no culture. They must use our culture to influence the world or to push any agendas they have in the earth. So they use the poor righteous man. They go to find a young Michael Jackson. They go find a young Prince, a young P. Diddy, and put them on the machine to push forth their agenda because they have no culture. Read.
Let us not spare the widow.
And we don't care about the woman. So don't ever listen to the news where they claim that they care about the women and the children. When these people are murderers, they're murdering right now and over in the Middle East, and they'll give us a sad story of why we should feel sorry about consenting adults doing what grown people do in the privacy of their own homes.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about the widow. They don't care about women. Read.
Nor reverence the ancient gray hairs of the age.
And they don't care about old people either. They want to get rid of old people so that they can save the Social Security and give it to the immigrant East Indians coming through. And the Eastern Europeans. 11.
Let our strength be the law of justice.
And guess what we're going to use to oppress the poor, righteous man? We're going to use the law. They just cobbled together a one-man RICO using a tape from 2016 that had nothing to do with it. In a few testimonies, and they kept regurgitating the same thing over and over again, having no case at all. Only because Sean Combs was about to oppose their political agendas. And you know what we'll do? We'll just make up laws. We'll make up a Mann Act that's strictly for putting black men away who cross the line when it comes to their hubris against their controllers. Let our strength, let's use the law. Folks, this is in the Bible. That Esau would say, you know what, we're going to use the strength of the law. We're going to make up laws to keep the poor righteous man oppressed. And Esau, the synagogue of Satan of the lawyers, sat there and looked at it. Like, hold up, the statute of limitations is going off of this Cassie thing. How can we do this? Oh, we can do it federally. Well, how can we do it federally? Oh, we could just say that everything he did since the time we put him on was a part of a racketeering case. He was really dealing with organized crime, using Bad Boy as his vehicle to take advantage of women. And under federal, guess what? It's a new charge because we can go back as far as we want to if it's an enterprise. And through that, we can take his company, all his money and its residuals, and we'll give it to our children. See? Because if it's racketeering, then we can confiscate his company. See? And there's a long list of broke people out there that are poor just like him, who's willing to say he did something so that they can get a paycheck. How about that? Let our strength be the law of justice. So they tell you they're going to make the law up as they go against our people. Read.
For that which is feeble is found nothing worth.
Because they're not worth anything anyway. If they're going to allow us to manipulate them and pit them against each other, they can't even control their own community. Guess what? They can't even see that we're playing both sides against the middle. You know what? They're not worth anything anyway because they don't even defend themselves. And I know they're looking at the poor righteous man, the black man, and saying, listen, y'all being overrun by your own women. Okay? And the other nations are they have the catbird seat and they're sitting back and just laughing. Let our strength be the law of justice. So what we'll do is we'll keep the man in check by using the law and side against anyone that's against the black man. We'll use the law. There's a conflict, anything going on, call the cops. The cops will tell the man, okay, dude, take a walk. Well, I pay rent. I don't care if you pay rent. Take a walk. Let our strength be the law of justice. So we'll just back anyone that's against Jacob. We'll use the law to do it. Okay? We will use the law to do it. And what we'll do, we don't, because men are naive and think that all women are innocent. We'll use a woman who participated with everything he was doing. And then at the end of it, once we get the 30, 40 million or the 30 million out of P. Diddy, we'll give it to the Jew she's married to, who was just a trainer, who was broke as a joke. And we'll give the kids and all the money back to the synagogue of Satan. And we'll throw both of them that will throw both of these blacks or these people of color back into the ghetto they came out of. How about that? Let our strength be the law of justice. For that which is feeble is found to be nothing worth, because they don't care about any of us anyway. They don't care about P. Diddy. They don't care about Cassie. They don't care about any of us. It's a means to an end, to humiliate and to steal, kill, and destroy, because that's all they've ever known to do. And it's a shame that a black man can't say publicly that he want to do something for his people without being ridiculed. Without being jailed. And then, and like I said earlier, and then people are going to try to claim black men ain't standing up. Let's read it.
12. Therefore, let us lie in wait for the righteous.
Let us lie in wait for the righteous. We'll just have something on them. We'll lie in wait. We'll hold a tape that's 16 years old, past the statute of limitations. Everyone that went on with their lives, had children and everything, and we're going to lie in wait in case this guy grows a conscience. Because what?
Because he is not for our turn.
Because he's not for our turn. Okay? He's against the agenda to destroy his own people. Even though he was utilized for it growing up, he has turned a leaf and is looking to use his money to have a political agenda to lift up his people in the community. At the same time, we're breaking his people down. Read.
And he is clean contrary to our doings. He upbraideth us with our offending the law, and objective to our infamy, the transgressings of our education.
Read.
He professeth to have the knowledge of God.
He professeth to have the knowledge of God. They know that they're the children of Israel now. Look at that. Who do you think let Kanye on Drink Champs to proclaim that we were the Jews? Huh? He professeth to have the knowledge of God. Read.
And he calleth himself the child of the Lord.
And he called himself the child of the Lord. Man, you know how many times not just him, but all these others would come past the speakings up in New York and all of that. They knew. You can't be in New York and don't know who the Hebrews are. Huh? You can't. And again, it's the Antichrist, the spirit of Antichrist controlling the whole thing. But now they're getting exposed. And hopefully what I hope for, what I pray for, is that those, be it Cassie, be it Puff Daddy, if the Most High give them an opportunity to see the light of day, I just pray they turn to the Most High and utilize their resources for this battle to come, when it comes to being able to feed the people and preserve life alive now that things are about to dry up. And guess what? Esau is seeking to engage the children of Israel all over the earth. So I pray that if what I believe is correct, that this brother had a change of heart and was about to change things for the better, that he pick up from where he left off if the Most High give him another chance to see the light of day. that he had some time to reflect on the activity that, the activity that he was a part of growing up, and that he repent of his sins and become a better man for it, and use what he have, what's left, to help our people before the mark of the beast comes on the scene. That's what I pray. Now, whether or not it's going to happen, I don't know. It's up to them. But folks, I'm always hopeful. I'm hopeful because what I never focus on the negative that's in a person and view them as the media would have us do so. I never do that, because if they can do it to him, they'll do it to you. They'll do it to your children. They'll do it to us. I'm hopeful. But we'll see. We have a few messages here. Let's see. Okay, some people they've sent video. So let me see what videos they've sent. Someone says, is one just supposed to exercise patience if they did choose the wrong person? Yes, because when you say choose the wrong person, the Bible tells us what to do if we have an unbelieving husband or an unbelieving wife. Okay? Yes, because you're in it now. What you have to do is pray with the person, and work towards the objective you would like for that household. That's what you have to do. Now, you probably would have to give us more detail. A matter of fact, let me call you real quick, Brother Robert. Brother Robert.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. What do you mean? What if you chose the wrong person? How do you define the wrong person?
Well, I can't say the wrong person, but in the sense of how callers have called in, we heard whether they've been married or yoked, or how people have stated, like, now that they're in the truth, they've changed. And I've heard how you said, well, you haven't changed because you chose that person.
Now, are you talking about yourself?
No, I'm just saying in general. But I put patience there too. So, you know how sometimes we don't feel somebody's coming along at the rate or the speed that we feel they should come along?
I'm saying, so you speaking in general, because I don't understand what you're saying about the wrong.
I'll use me as an example in that sense. Like, if in the sense of my spouse.
How would your spouse be the wrong person?
I won't say the wrong person on where we're at. I'm just saying in the sense of where I feel we should be as a whole. Like, sometimes when you hear some of the teachings.
Okay, give me an example, because you're not making sense.
Okay, so how we're told that as the church and as the body to argument in the household, in the sense of where somebody may, well, should we be trying to save resources like this? And one would say, of course. So sometimes the other partner isn't in accord with you when it comes to things like that. So
okay.
It seems like y'all can be butting heads on things where you're like, well, it seems like it should just be on the same page.
Okay. Give me one example of butting heads.
I'm talking more in the sense of discrepancies verbal disputes. Say, for instance, if somebody's dealing with something that has a way on them, like, say, for instance, like marijuana. Something simple like that, when you're like, why won't you just stop smoking marijuana?
Brother, are you talking about yourself, or are you talking about in general again?
I don't smoke marijuana.
All right, brother. I'm gonna put you back on hold. Get your thoughts together. All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Good evening, Elder. This is I know this. I would like to share on the topic you're speaking about. Okay, I'm gonna call you in. 646 area code would like to speak on it. All right.
Hi, Elder, and everyone.
Shalom, your name?
Hi, Simone. How are you guys?
Oh, Simone, how are you? You
Well, thank you.
you becoming a regular, huh?
I know. I've been trying to go back and watch as many of your videos as I can. It's only been a week that I've known about your channel, so I'm learning a lot. I've been really glad I found it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you were saying that you would like to speak on this. We're going to keep it to 2 minutes per call because it's quite late, but what would you like to say on the topic this evening?
Well, for one, I definitely want to say, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me pause the TV, sorry. One of the things I would definitely like to say is that it's really unfortunate when it comes to abortion. So many people, even people in the churches, do not believe it's wrong. And I think a big part of that is because abortion is promoted in a way that kind of dehumanizes it. When you're going to the doctors or you're getting an ultrasound, they actually turn the ultrasounds off so the mothers cannot hear the baby's heartbeat. And that's one of the ways that they make the woman not feel a connection with the child. And they also tell you that the child, that the fetuses are just clumps of cells.
Well, let's go back. Yeah. Let's go back to someone in the church who can believe that abortion isn't wrong.
I agreed. It's not right. I've actually had this conversation with relatives as well who are in the churches, and I think at this point, I feel like it's like the scripture that says that God gives them over to the depraved minds, because when you try to even back it up with scriptures where God said, do not give your children as a sacrifice to Moloch, as it says in Deuteronomy 18, verse 10, it's like they're disconnected from the scriptures to even believe that it's a sacrifice.
Okay, so why don't we just come to the understanding that the majority of these churches, especially that are linked to mega churches and all that, and churches that are being ran by women, right?
Yeah.
Why don't we come to the resolve that these are churches of Satan, that these are Satanist churches?
You're right. It's really disheartening, but it's true.
Yeah. So the whole thing is, if there's no basis or foundation that's rooted in scripture, it's a church of Satan.
Exactly.
Yeah, so.
Exactly. Yeah, so I won't keep you much longer because I know that you're trying to keep it short. So, but definitely, I think this was a really great breakdown of what you did tonight, and just the scriptures, backing everything up with scriptures. I really, truly appreciate so much how thorough you are, because I have gained so much in this past, 5 days of listening to your channel. I've been gaining so much knowledge, and I just pray more people can learn about this channel, because it truly is informing us and educating us at a level that really there are very few programs out there that are doing this. So thank you both for what you do.
Well, thank you, sister. And I'm excited for your journey. Only 5 days, boy. You sure got a lot of things that you're about to go into listening to this channel. So I'm excited for your journey.
God has been preparing me. I can tell you, God has been preparing me. Thank you all. Have a great night. Be blessed, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, sister. Thanks for. Okay. And I still want to talk about some of the other things we was discussing based on the school thing. So I'm going to be calling you soon on that.
Yes, whenever you're ready. Right. Absolutely. Okay, take care. Bye. Okay, bye.
Oh yeah, and also we got a brand new school that's coming this September. Go to gatheringofchrist.org. You can see it. It's the GOCC I Am Royal Academy for children ages grades 1 through 12. All right. Already we have about over 350 enrollees for children. And it's going to be big. Okay. And we're still taking enrollments for the academy. This week we're going into the split between Israel and Judah. And I'm going to be showing other places Israel went into outside of the Americas. We even went to parts of Asia. And we're going to talk about that in the academy. 618 area code. How are you?
Hey, Elder. How are you doing?
I'm blessed by the best. Your name?
My name is Zena Scary.
Okay, talk to us.
Yes, I was recently in a car accident about 2 weeks ago. I'm currently in the hospital bed, but I continually give all praises to a higher, the great I am, and I'm going to get over this. But I didn't call about that.
Okay, I'm sorry you went through something, but I pray that you make it through strong and be stronger than you were before. Talk to me.
Yes, I think that females these days, they take abortions as like going to the gas station and getting some gas, deciding, ooh, I don't want no gas today. I was working at my job at night shift, and a nurse came in and said, ooh, I gotta go get an abortion tomorrow. I broke up with my boyfriend and I gotta get this abortion like it was nothing. People are giving abortions like it's nothing, like throwing trash in the trash can. And they're already saying like the other woman was saying, they look at it as clumps of cells. It's not alive. The moment you conceive that baby, it is a living life. It is breathing. I don't know why people cannot understand that.
Well, sister, you're right on.
It blows my mind.
Hey, that's the world we're in. That's why the Most High is about to send forth the judgment. I appreciate you, sister, and you get well, all right?
Thank you, and thank you. All praises.
All right, thank you. Blessings.
Blessings.
Yep. And they had sermons out there. Right? They put it out there, but I'll tell you what. Maybe I can show this real quick as I go to the next call. Sometimes they just put it out there, but no one's looking. Everyone is looking the wrong way, right? What we got here? The child sacrifice we still practice. It seems like Christians have been asleep for a long time, and they have actually initiated Christians into the child sacrifice. And they were able to do that by eventually moving all men out of the pulpit within a community, starting with the mega churches, and then putting women in all high positions of authority over the community, which is the end of the community. That was it on that. See, and that's why Kamala could have a all-girl campaign where they campaign on killing children and still get the majority of a lot of votes in our community, because this is what we've been relegated to. Child sacrifice. Why? Because my man here said that they have to hasten the spirit of Antichrist. See? So do something to hasten his coming. Netanyahu said we doing it. And all the killing you seeing is a part of the plan to bring forth the spirit of the Antichrist, as they claim, to be in one of these cats that can operate in the earth. And and it's not just one man, it's a spirit in the earth for death. Right? There you go, right here. So now they've convinced Christians it's okay to kill your own babies, which is a part of Moloch sacrifice. And now what? The whole earth is guilty, ripe for a judgment. 951 area code.
Can you say this one more time? Because I didn't get it on.
Hello? Oh.
Yes, you want to come in?
Yes. But did you see the question I asked, Pastor?
Okay, I'm going to look at your question. Hold on. Hold on. Your question. You spoke. I said I spoke of Lucifer, Satan being one of the angels on the Ark of the Covenant. Can you explain it? Can you explain it more?
Yes. I was watching a video. I think it was about a month ago, and I didn't catch up. Well, I seem to have missed that part where, or either I didn't hear it, where you were speaking about Lucifer and that he was actually one of the angels on the front of the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know because I wanted to look into it further. So I was wondering where in the Bible is that so that I can go read it and study it myself. Or can you do a lesson?
Okay, let me pull it up in the book of Ezekiel. You there, the lawyer?
Yes, sir.
All right. Lawyer's still with me here. I know he's about to sleep. Me too, on my feet. But let's do this real quick. When you go to Ezekiel, the 28th chapter, right? Let me go here.
Yes.
Elder Lawyer, if you will, if you have that, hold on. I have it up. You don't have to turn your video on, Elder Lawyer.
Yep, we're in 28, and
before you go there, yes, go to the first verse.
Yes, sir. Verse 1, Ezekiel 28 and 1. The word of the Lord came again unto me, saying, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, Thus saith the Lord God, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a God, I sit in the seat of God, in the midst of the seas, yet thou art a man and not God, though thou set thine heart as the heart of God.
Now, when it says, sister, that I sit in the seat of God, that's what Satan said he would do, is Lucifer said he would do in Isaiah the 14th chapter, right?
Yes.
So when it says the prince or the king of Tyres, it's speaking of the spirit of Satan, the principality. When you go down to the 14th verse, it reads what? A matter of fact, Elder Lawyer, to show you that it goes way back before a king during Ezekiel's time. Read the 11th verse, Elder.
Yes, sir. Verse 11. Moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, take up a lamentation upon the king of Tyrus, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord God, Thou sealest up the sum full of wisdom, and perfect in beauty. Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of God.
So we know this spirit was there since the beginning in the Garden of Eden. You got that?
Yes.
Read on.
Every precious stone was thy covering, the sardius, topaz, and the diamond, the beryl and the onyx, and the jasper, the sapphire, the emerald, and the carbuncle, and gold. The workmanship of thy tabrets and of thy pipes was prepared in thee in the day that thou was created.
So in the day that he was created in heaven, he was shining with all the jewels covered throughout all of his garment in the heavenly realm. Read, who is he? 14.
Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth.
Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth. That's it right there, sister. Because when it says the anointed cherub that covereth, there's two cherubs that covereth the mercy seat on the Ark of the Covenant in heaven. Right? Now let me show you something here. Let me see all views. Right? When you go to the 14th verse, and it states, Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth, right? And when you go there, and it's, I have set thee so. So what is the anointed cherub that covereth? Well, it links directly to Exodus that speaks of what? The Ark of the Covenant. It says, Exodus 25:17-20. And thou shalt make a mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and 1.5 cubits of the breadth thereof. And thou shalt make 2 cherubs of gold. Of beaten work shalt thou make them in the 2 ends of the mercy seat. So the Ark of the Covenant on earth is a similitude to the Ark of the Covenant that's before the mercy seat in heaven before God. You got that?
Yes.
So now we have to think about the Ark of the Covenant as like a communicator. Just think of it as the Ark of the Covenant in heaven, and now the Most High can speak and operate with the priest as if I'm talking to you on a telephone through this Ark of the Covenant on earth. It connects us to the heavens, the priest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you look at it, there were 2 angels. I'm going to pull it up on the screen so you can see it. Right? And we did a few lessons on the Ark of the Covenant in the academy, right? But on the screen, I'm going to show you on the screen real quick, all right?
Okay.
On the screen, it shows the Ark of the Covenant, at least a replica of it here, right? And there's 2 angels, as you can see. 2 cherubs that covereth on the Ark of the Covenant. Well, Lucifer was one of these. He was one of these before he fell. And that's why it says in Ezekiel, he was what? Let's read it again, Elder Lawyer. Ezekiel,
yes, sir.
Thou art what?
Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth.
Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth. So he was there before the Most High as one of these angels that you see in gold, that he told the sons of Aaron to make a gold rendition of what's in heaven. But in heaven, there's real angels on this. Okay? Read.
Yes.
I have set thee so. Thou wast upon the holy mountain of God. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire.
It says, thou was upon the holy mountain of God. So he was once amongst the heavenly angels. Thou hast walked upon the stones of fire. The stones of fire, it teaches us when you go inside Enoch, the stones of fire, it shows a tessellated floor where there's fire where the angel is, and then it's black. Fire, black. Fire, black, like a checkerboard. Well, the angels are there as the stones of fire, and there's a square here where they go a gate into the earth to do their missions in the earth and come back to that same thing, and then they're the stones of fire again. That's where the Freemasons get the checkered floor from. Right? It's a tessellated floor where the angels are standing and there's a gate. Then another angel is standing, there's a gate. And then when it's time to go into the earth, they just move to the side and go straight into the earth in an instant.
Wow.
Well, that Lucifer was there. He was right there. And the Masons made a temple. Their main temple is a similitude on a low level concerning what Lucifer seen in heaven when it comes to the heavenly construct. That's why they set up their temples like that. Because he said that he's going to sit on a temple. So he mimicked that by making temples all over the earth to be like God and setting up his Babylonian construct against God. Right? Read on, Elder Lawyer. Thou hast walked.
Yes, sir. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire.
Read.
Thou wast perfect in thy days in thy ways, from the day that thou wast created, till iniquity was found in thee.
Until iniquity was found in him, and eventually he was cast down to the earth. You got it?
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you, elders.
You're welcome.
My husband to ask a quick question.
Your husband want a question too? Oh Lord, have mercy. We got some people
But
here.
he don't want to get on. He wants me to ask: is it what prayer would you recommend us praying to keep? We live around a lot of East Indians. He just was questioning: is there a particular prayer we can ask to keep them from, unbeknownst to us, them saying or putting a hex or prayer or curse against us?
Man, you don't got listen, sister. Listen, no weapon formed against Jacob shall prosper. They have no power.
Okay.
All right. Say the Lord's Prayer and you up in there. Matthew the 6th chapter.
Thank you, Elder.
There it is.
Thank you.
Them Babylonians don't got nothing. You know what I mean? They don't want this work. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right. How you doing, Tim? Last call for tonight. Now just open up calls. This Friday, I'll open up calls early, and we should have a Q&A. You can ask any question you want concerning the doctrine, and it will be this Friday around 12 noon. We're going to open up for 1 or 2 hours. Well, I'll answer any questions you might have concerning doctrine or anything else. All right? How you doing, Tim? Talking about some East Indians. Them Babylonians better go ahead. They don't want this work. Christ had cast the spirits they deal with into the pit of hell. All right? That's how we work. How you doing, Tim?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you loud and clear. Talk to me.
I was just following up on that question about the cherubim. You mentioned that, and if my understanding is correct, Satan is represented as one of the cherubim on the Ark of the Covenant?
He was the one that was in heaven.
Well, now, is the presumption that there's only two and he was one of them?
He was one of them, but he was replaced once he fell with 1/3 of the angels.
Oh. Well, and the thought that ran through my mind was that Ark was created after his fall because God had instructed Moses to build it.
Well, brother, the one in the earth wasn't made when he fell from the one in heaven.
So is the one on earth a representation of that which is in heaven?
Yeah, the one on earth is a representation of is a similitude of the Ark of the Covenant that's in heaven. But when Moses made that Ark of the Covenant, Lucifer wasn't one of those cherubs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What it was speaking of, that was one of the positions Lucifer had in the heavens before earth was made.
Okay, I got it. I was had the presumption that when you mentioned that, I thought, well, God wouldn't have used him as a model or representation after all that had happened prior.
Oh no, he was already bounced.
Yeah. Okay.
But when it says he was the holy cherub that covereth, he was a cherub that covereth, it was showing you his original position. And when you read down in Ezekiel, eventually, because of his pride, he was hurled. So those positions is when he was doing what's right under the orders of the heavens.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it's only speaking of the positions he lost through his pride.
Okay, that makes sense. I understand now.
Yeah. But he was replaced with another angel anyway. By the time Moses came on the scene, right, he was already, that angel already replaced him. When Satan fell, Christ tapped another angel to be in that position.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right.
Well, I understand. Thank you. Thanks for clarification.
My brother. Okay, y'all calling in one at a time. What's going on with that? All right, how you doing? Hello?
Good.
Your name?
Yep. Antonio Gooden.
Okay, Antonio, last call for tonight. Lawyer is out on his feet. Only the Spirit is keeping me up right now. And I made me some lamb cleftico. I learned how to make that while I was living in Cyprus for a while, in Greece. I made me some lamb cleftico, and I got some salad on the side of that, Lawyer. It's going down, young man. It tastes just like over there. I'm gonna tell you. I made it with
Is it like a gyro?
I made it in a clay pot. No, you take a clay pot, because back then the Danites used to cook food in the ground. They would take rocks, and they would take rocks in the ground and make a coal, and put lamb, onions, carrots, potatoes, all their seasons, with a little water and a lot of natural olive oil they would squeeze on it, and it would cook in the ground. And man, the meat, all the juices go up in those potatoes. I'm gonna tell you something. Now they made it, they got Kleptico pots. And what I did was I ordered me one of those. Well, one broke, but I have one left. And I made some earlier today and put it in the oven. Lord have mercy. Lord, I'm gonna tell you. And sprinkle with the sauce and the salt and the seasons in it. I put a little bit of tomato paste in it, and half of a Scotch bonnet. And man, falling off the bone, I tell you, and it's going down.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
So I got a question, because you know the camp GMS.
Yeah, Tahar and them. Yeah, I'm familiar with the camp, Great Millstone.
So they claim, because I had made a YouTube video claiming hell was real, and they had proved me wrong and said oh, hell's not real, because they tell me hell is just an earth event, because they said if it was a place where people die and went there eternally, then how would the Gentiles serve us in the kingdom? Meaning, it says in Revelations that those who say they're Jews but they're not Jews, I'll make them worship thee at thy feet. I think
you are conflict. I think you are well, I don't know if you or they are conflicting a lot of things. One don't have nothing to do with the other. Like, for instance, hell is a place. And it has nothing to do with the doctrine that they are bringing forth to try to prove it otherwise. Yeah. What does that in the book of Revelations and people coming back to serve have to do with hell?
They was trying to say hell is not a real place. It was just an actual event that's going to take place, which the second death, which means a nuclear annihilation.
Okay. I'm going to go to Revelation, the 20th chapter, right?
Yeah. All right, I'll go there with you.
Did they go to Revelation, the 20th chapter?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Revelation 20. All right, and I'm going to ask you questions as we go along, okay?
All right.
And this is how, and guess what? When you talk to these guys, right?
Yeah.
You cannot allow them to inject something in the conversation that's not written in scripture. Right?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to read this and I need you to show me where nuclear explosion is. All right?
All right.
Revelation 21. And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. Right?
Yeah.
And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years, and cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him, that he should deceive the nations no more, till the 1,000 years should be fulfilled. And after that, he must be loosed a little season. So I'm going to take this scripture for what it's saying. That when Christ returns, he's going to take hold of Satan and bound him 1,000 years, which we know that's 1,000 years of peace while Christ is reigning. And Satan is not going to be loosed until after the 1,000 years, their reign is finished. That's what the scripture said. right?
Yeah.
Okay, now let me finish reading. And I saw thrones, and they sat upon them, and judgment was given unto them. And I saw souls of them that were beheaded for the witnesses of Christ, of Yeshua, and of the word of God, and which had not worshipped the beast, neither his image, neither had received his mark upon their foreheads or in their hands, and they lived and reigned with Christ 1,000 years. So obviously, those who followed Christ up until the time, even up until our time, who rejected the mark of the beast, would reign with Christ in his 1,000-year reign while Satan is bound. Correct?
Yeah, because also did say in another verse too that homos, idol worshippers,
brother,
adulteries.
see, I don't do that.
Well, that's not saying they.
No. I need you to listen to me, brother.
Oh, sorry.
You cannot receive understanding if you are all over the place, already into another conversation. That means you're wasting my time.
Yeah.
I need to know that you're receiving. You called me about one thing, and I'm taking my time, 11 o'clock at night, to break this down for you, and you're already somewhere else.
Yeah.
So how do you want to do this? Do you want to receive the understanding so you're not all over the place when you speak to them, or you want to go to the next thing?
I don't understand it because it's better for me to understand.
All right. So based on this scripture, and they lived and reigned with Yeshua 1,000 years, but the rest of the dead lived not again until the 1,000 years were finished. This is the first resurrection. So those who followed Christ made it in the first resurrection. So when it says the rest of the dead live not again, where is the rest of the dead if everyone else is living on earth?
They're still dead.
They're in hell.
Yeah.
Because that's where the pit is, where Satan was bound.
All right.
So if the righteous are resurrected, living on earth for 1,000 years, the rest is dead in hell, still suffering torments until the judgment of Satan after the 1,000 years.
Right.
Right? And that's why it says in the 6th verse, blessed and holy is he that have part in the first resurrection. On such the second death have no power. So obviously, when the others are brought forth in the final judgment with Satan, they will be a part of what? The second death. They died the first time on earth. They didn't follow Christ. So then now that they're in torment, they have to wait 1,000 years to deal with the second death, which is the final judgment. You got that?
Yeah.
Now, when you go all the way down, it's going to show you after Satan is loosed, what happens? The 11th verse. As a matter of fact, let's start here. Let's start here. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat upon it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away. Right?
Yeah.
And there was no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were open. And another book was open, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which are written in the book of the books according to their works. So now, and the sea gave up the dead. These are they who've been waiting 1,000 years in hell, which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged every man according to their works. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. So this is Christ's judgment on the wicked, Satan and his angels, including the disobedient pagans in the earth who followed them. Okay, at the end of Christ's 1,000-year reign. You see that?
Yeah.
Now, that's the Bible. Show me anywhere in this chapter where it talks about a nuclear bomb at.
Oh, well, GMS will claim to say it because I asked them about the lake of fire, and they said, "Oh, the lake of fire and brimstone is in is the second death is the nuclear."
Brother, great. Listen,
because they believe.
Let me tell you, brother. Outside of them knowing that they're Israel, outside of them knowing that they're Israel, and the white man is Esau, everything else they teach is off. Okay. Not just them, UPK and IUIC too. The doctrine concerning Christ, they're nowhere near the doctrine. So they'll just pull something out of different orifices talking about a nuclear bomb and all this other. They look at the script and tell you it's talking about World War II. Where's World War II here? What am I reading? This is Christ's judgment right here. And they talking about World War II and Great Britain for 1,000 years and all this other mess. None of that's in the Bible. This is a mess their teachers, that other erroneous teachers taught them ignorantly decades ago. This have nothing to do with anything they're talking about. This is Christ's judgment. While, this is his judgment and his establishment of 1,000-year reign on earth. And after the 1,000 years, he's going to loose Satan. And then after Satan is going to deceive the nations are going to try to come together against us. And then Christ is going to smash them and throw them all in hell. That's it.
Yeah.
So stop listening to those guys, man. They'll only confuse you.
Yeah.
They make no sense. Folks, they make no sense. Okay? And that's all due respect because I don't have anything personal against any of them. I think that, the Most High have them on earth for a reason, whatever the case might be, but not for the doctrine of Christ. Okay?
Yeah.
All you have to do is read the Bible. And the Bible is saying what it's saying as it is written. Don't let these guys inject stuff and convince you to see something that's not in the Word of God. Okay? They don't know put it this way. They don't know the doctrine of Christ like that. They do know where precepts are, but they don't know how to properly edify through those precepts. Okay?
All right. Yeah.
Stay away from them. Don't even try to debate them. Leave them alone. Let me tell you, you're not on a level to go back and forth with them. Okay? The next thing you know, they're going to have you repeating their nonsense.
Yeah.
Learn again. Start from the beginning and get the doctrine of Christ down, and then leave them alone because I don't think anybody going to convince them out of what. Don't you know they look at people in the Bible and try to correct the people that wrote the epistles? Talking about, what we're reading here, James was off right here. And what are you talking about? James was off. I mean, no, what James wrote was correct. You saying James off because it's against that New Jack doctrine you're teaching. Right. So if something disagree with whatever came up to their mind, they'll tell you that the people that wrote in the Bible was off in certain instances. And then he'll say, well, I got the authority to say that because, a lot of them believe and they're telling people that Tahar is Paul in reincarnation.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, that's kind of off because there's no proof of that. And reincarnation I don't think it's not in the scriptures.
No, reincarnation is hell doctrine from the Babylonians. So did they tell you that Tahar was Paul in reincarnation?
No, I didn't even know.
Yeah. Go, maybe let that be your last conversation with him. Reach out and say, I heard Tahar is Paul in reincarnation. So him thinking that he's Paul in reincarnation gives him the authority to check James in the epistles. He's arguing with the teachers in the epistles, claiming that he has higher authority. Insane.
I didn't even know he was against James writing scriptures.
Brother, look. The brothers, they off. You can't make sense out of nonsense. You got a guy running around on a corner of New York talking about he's Paul in reincarnation. What else do you need to hear here?
Yeah.
Come on, man, let it go.
And I got another question too.
Lord have mercy.
Say,
real quick. Go ahead.
They also say because they told me you have you're not preaching on the street corner, because when it says in that verse you have to preach in the highways and byways. It's required for you to actually go on the actual street corner or highway or byway and preach. And it doesn't mean that, because the internet is a highway too. You could also
listen. You notice I don't say much about these guys until one of you guys bring them up.
Yeah.
I could care less what they think about what's happening or what I'm doing. They didn't call me. Okay, this work is doing what it does, and it's effective. Okay? So I'm not going to morph, or I'm not going to. One thing another people can't do, they can't shame or dare me into doing what they think I should do. Okay? So the whole deal is they don't know, they don't understand the effectiveness of this work. Okay? And why the Most High have me doing what I'm doing. It's none of their business. That's what we should have told them. It's none of your business. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to show you the ridiculousness of this. They will be on a street corner, but they will have a phone and a camera recording them to go live on the internet. So what's the difference? Okay? If you're sitting there with a phone in front of you and you're on the same internet. And guess what? And when I go on the corners, then what's going to be their excuse? What are they going to say then? They're going to point to something else, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So who cares?
Yeah, because I even heard them say, "Oh, we shouldn't even be sitting in the chair, or we should just be standing up." Like they even criticize.
Man, listen. I would just tell those brothers right out, mind your business. How can you tell me what I need to be doing?
Yeah.
That I don't need. I can do it. I can sit with, as long as I'm. What's better, brother? Someone standing up butchering scriptures like them, or someone sitting down properly edifying the word of God? I don't got no time for that. It's childish.
Yeah.
It's childish. I had a guy tell me that one day that I shouldn't be drinking tea while I'm teaching outside in the cold. And these guys are always pointing to what people shouldn't be doing. That's Pharisee. Instead of giving credit to what the Most High is doing.
Yeah.
What is the Most High doing in this work? Shouldn't you be focused on the positives instead of focusing on what am I not doing? Many people are coming to the Lord and becoming better people. Is that good enough?
Yeah.
And guess what? I don't care what they think about me, brother.
Yeah.
I could care less.
I mean, I'm not a part of their camp. I'm just
listen, brother. And I'm shocked that you even wasting time or losing sleep with this madness. Okay. Let me tell you.
I'm not even a part of it.
I'm just saying,
I'm
brother.
just a guy that listens to him.
Brother, listen.
Yeah.
It's nonsense. It's crazy people talk. Okay.
Yeah.
Good night. Get some sleep. Stay away from those guys.
All right.
Shalom.
All right. Thank you for taking your time out to correct me on some scriptures and.
Well, brother, I'm not here to correct you. I'm here to edify. See that you've been listening to those guys all the time. I'm not here to correct you. I'm here for you to edify. I want you to I need you to read the Bible and understand the Bible as it is written. I'm not here to correct you. I'm here to edify you.
All right.
All right?
Yeah.
Now, if you get with them, they'll try to correct you. All right?
Yes.
And, you know, and while they correct you, let them know, ask them, hey, brother, by the way, are you Paul in reincarnation? Yeah. That'll give you a quick smile. Just see, they know I know it all. I know what them guys is dealing with. That's why they go behind my back and talk about me to guys like you. Okay? But anyway, ask them, do they believe that Tahar is Paul in reincarnation? Right? and this is the answer they're going to give you. Quote unquote. Some brothers can't receive it. If you can receive it, he's Paul. Remember I told you that, right?
Yeah.
So go ask one of those guys over there if this guy's Paul in reincarnation, Tahar, and call me back in a few days, Friday, and let me know what the answer is. All right?
All right.
My brother, stay strong. Boy, this.
All right, shalom.
Boy, we be going all after dark. I tell you. Shalom. GOC.
All right, I'll ask him though.
Ask him. Get back and let me know what they tell you. All right.
Yeah. I even asked him, is there a reincarnated King David too?
Oh no. See, brother, you hard headed. Keep it one place.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Their leader is Tahar. Keep it right there. Just say, hey, brother, is Tahar? I heard that Tahar was was Apostle Paul. Is that true? Just keep it there. Yeah. Nice and sweet.
All right.
And get back and let me know what come of that, all right?
All right, I will.
Blessings. We are
blessings
out.
To you.
All right. Shalom. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. Sorry for keeping you up so late. Get some sleep. With that.
Yes, sir. You do the same.
May the Most High be with us. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Israel. And keep in mind, the Most High is calling back the children of Israel. And yes, we are the children of Israel. And we are back. Good night. Support the work. Shalom.
The Arabs and Africans told us together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Together us in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, from the the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. Our highest gathering in Israel. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. We be Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering is Israel.